spin. Jekyll and Hyde, you're the evil twin. You're never gonna keep me down. You're never gonna keep me down. Oh no, no. You're never gonna keep me down. You're never gonna keep me down. No, you're never gonna. You're never gonna keep me down. You're never gonna keep me down. No, no, no. You're never gonna keep me down. You're never gonna keep me down. No, no, no. Be lucky if I stick around. Maybe foolish, but I ain't a clown. No, no, no. You're never gonna keep me down. You're never gonna keep me down. No, 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 no. Down, down, down. Down, down, down. Down, down, down. Down, down, down. You're never gonna keep me down. You're never gonna keep me down. No, no, no. You're never gonna keep me down. You're never gonna keep me down. No, no, no. Be lucky if I stick around. Maybe foolish, but I ain't a clown. No, no, no. You're never gonna keep me down. You're never gonna keep me down. No, 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 no. It's you and me against the world. Whoa. Gonna leave this life behind us and just go, go. 'Cause we're running, running, running away. Together we'll go and find a better place, place. Be strong, we'll go 1,000 miles away. Where the skies are blue, nothing is the same. Running, running, we'll be running. We'll be running, running. We'll be running, running, running. We'll be running, we'll be running. Running, running. We'll be running, running. Running, running. We'll be running, I can't wait to be there, me and you alone, alone, in a paradise that we can call our own. Oh, we'll be running, running, running away. Together we'll go and find a better place, place. Be strong, we'll go 1,000 miles away. Where the skies are blue, nothing is the same, the same. We'll be running, running. We'll be running, yeah, yeah, yeah. We'll be running, running. Yeah, 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 yeah. Till we find another place.
He walks alone, he wanders into the night, searching for some meaning to explain what he's feeling. She walks alone, she shelters far from the light. She's seeking validation. She's so tired of waiting. Yeah, I got the feeling you've been expecting me. No chance encounter. Right here's where you're meant to be.
hello, and welcome everybody to day 2 of the Southeast Asian Pro League for Season 11. I am Shikhar Infian Iwak Gupta, and with me is the one and only Konstantin Cthulhu Nuritsanyan. Good to be back, good to see you back, Cthulhu. How's it feel? I believe you are muted.
Well, yeah, good to see you as well. Once again, yeah, the curse of the muted microphone strikes back. But yeah, I'm feeling good, quite excited for today. And so far, it's been a banger of a Pro League start.
Indeed it has. Yesterday we saw some absolutely amazing matches. The two teams from the Challenger League gave us such a great contest. Team 1122, they almost beat Aerowolf, or really drew with Aerowolf, who are not going to be Aerowolf for much longer, apparently. And let's look at today's schedule, though, instead of harping on what happened yesterday. So, Xavier Esports versus Script first. This is going to be an absolutely titanic matchup, isn't it, Cthulhu?
Yeah, with Xavier getting themselves you could say a brand spanking new roster, and having a few pretty good accomplishments throughout the Invitational Qualifier, they seeming to be looking pretty strong and might be going for a contention for that second spot, if not first, maybe even, if they're gonna pull up all of their mights. On the side of Script, it's a little bit of a shaky run for them. They finished 4th and had to go through Challenger League after a few issues, but now they're back.
Issues is putting it pretty lightly. They were playing with an underage player, actually, and were disqualified for it. But yes, you said that they are back. But look at who they're going up against. It's going to be Xavier Esports. This team was one round away from beating Fnatic at the 6th Invitational APAC Qualifier LAN. Now, of course, they weren't going to beat Fnatic outright, I don't think. But, they got close.
They got really close, yeah, definitely. And
AP was insane.
Yeah, and AP was insane. Red Sun coming from the older roster, Baby Pig as well, I believe. And so overall, they seem to have a pretty good setup for themselves. Whereas on the side of Script, a fair few very familiar names here, aren't there?
Yeah, indeed. Sunan, obviously very familiar, but of course Array, perhaps being the biggest name on the team. He was with Aerowolf, of course, for a brief period until the midway point of Season 9. He joined actually just before the 6 Major Paris Qualifier LAN in APAC, and then, stuff happened, he left, and now he's come back. He said he was retiring, but it's in esports. Who even retires properly in esports anymore? Mentalist said he was retiring, and off he went to Australia.
Yeah, that was a big bait by Mentalist, but all in all, definitely, the oldest Script seemed to, more or less oldest Script, back at it again, kind of getting ready to run with it, with Array kind of returning back to the team as well. They certainly have the potential and the ability to pull off some feats, but with the way how Season 11 is starting up, I think they might have a fair few hiccups coming up for themselves.
Well, let's see whether they're going to be hiccuping tonight. The bans are going to start off. The top 2 bans are actually default bans. So, first ban, Coastline from Script Esports, very, very obvious. Xavier, whether the old one or new one, fearsome on this map. Consulate banned out from Xavier Esports, I guess really not happy after the Fnatic loss. Also a VOD for them to analyze. Villa and Cafe then banned out by Script and Xavier respectively, which means we are going to Bank as the opening map of the second day as well.
Yeah, the Bank should be a pretty interesting game, honestly. It certainly doesn't sport as much of a, say, closed down engagements comparative to, say, something like Consulate, but it certainly should allow an interesting variety of ways to play it out, both for Xavier and Script. More so, I am quite curious to see how will the two kind of playstyles between Script and Xavier play out.
Yeah, I think it's going to be very, very exciting because we saw these teams face off against each other in the Six Invitational online qualifiers here in Southeast Asia. Now, of course, that was a resounding success for Xavier Esports, but Script didn't look too shabby themselves. Sure, maybe they could have done with a little better of a little better polish here and there, but they have had the time. They've had the ability to analyze Xavier Esports games against CAG and then against Fnatic. That's a luxury that Xavier doesn't have for Script. All
That's
they
true.
really know is that one game that they face them, and they're gonna be working based on that information.
Yeah, that's definitely true. Script would definitely have a good amount of advantage, at least prep-wise, against Xavier. But I do think that with Xavier, they have a little bit more experience playing against not only just all of the Southeast Asian teams, plus it's a fair few of the other sub-regions as well, being Japan, being ANZ as well. Going a couple of those players on the current Xavier roster going to a couple of APAC lands as well. So all of that experience should be transferable within the whole team as well. So I am curious how much of a difference. I know that there will be a difference, but how big is it going to be?
Yeah, I expect to see a lot of Boss GA Cog in this game. We know Red Sun loves it, we know Array loves it, and well, it is going to be absolutely huge to see two players so proficient at Boss GA Cog. They're going to be going right at it, at each other's throats. Can you imagine, if we see a Boss GA Cog back and forth trade? Just everyone dies except the two Boss GA Cog players are remaining.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be the battle of either trick shots or the battle of who can flick the harder, if it's going to end up Array versus Red Sun. But I mean, I guess we'll see. But Bank should be quite a fun map to watch, especially with Xavier. Xavier, we discussed that yesterday actually on a stream as well. That they were quite scary as well with the Finca rushes. That actually the Mentalist pretty much tweeted right after their match is like that is gonna be leaving a few mental scars about that.
Mental scars is putting it a bit lightly, to be absolutely honest. I mean, the ignominy of losing to a Boss G is just like, well, that guy can only shoot twice, and I missed my chances.
Yeah, it's definitely with the Boss G. It's ever since the introduction of ACOG, it's definitely brought in quite a few very fun moments, you could say, just for the sheer fact that it allows Vigil to have a bit more range. Dokkaebi gets kind of bit of an extra meme potential, plus the just another more viable long range weapon. So it definitely brought in some variety to it, and I'm actually kind of happy to see that variety, even though it's much more of initially a meme potential for it.
I think you're right. The thing about the Boss G is giving it to a 3-speed with an ACOG. It just allows him to kind of do what the old Jaeger and Bandit were able to do, but obviously less effective. So the good thing is he can't just tear through an entire team. The problematic thing is that you're still gonna have to deal with this guy. He's supposed to be playing on bank, right? So he's at parking side, and suddenly he's over at the server side very, very quickly.
Yeah, and with that comes as well the fact that if you are an attacker and you're trying to push, say, the parking lot, you need to be careful about those peaks as well from the just the second floor story or even the reception, because you will know that if there is a Vigil, there's a good chance that your head might get taken off.
Yeah, you're gonna have to be careful, and we are talking a bit about this upcoming matchup, but let's talk a bit about the team that we saw yesterday, or rather, the team that we're gonna see in the future. No longer is it going to be Airwolf, as it's just been announced. It's going to be Giants Gaming in Southeast Asia, but we have a gigantic matchup right on offer for you guys right now. It's going to be Xavier Esports taking on Script here on Bank.
Bank indeed, Ewok, as it is a Script to start things off on defense. where Xavier will be going on offense and potentially bringing in that PTSD feeling of the older rushes and with the boss Gs. Ban for script, I'd imagine either going to be somewhere across the lines of either one of the hard breaches, call it probably Hibana, or maybe even Jackal.
Yeah, indeed. I would expect a Hibana ban from script. No, he's gonna be the KB ban there. They're like, well, I don't want to deal with Red Sun. Hey, look at him. He's like,
He's upset.
Oh, he's upset. He's very upset. What do you do with this script? I mean, Array's upset too because he loves the Boss G ACOG as well. So like Array's teammates letting him down, you know, entirety of script letting Red Sun down. That's not fun. And both of these teams letting us, the viewers and the casters, down. That's not fun. But it's going to be Nomad as the second ban. A very interesting choice from Xavier Esports. Perhaps they have some PTSD from Fnatic. You know, Fnatic does love their Nomad.
That's a very good point as well. Yeah, the Fnatic's Nomad is quite a nasty surprise that you can receive occasionally. I am definitely quite curious whether that Dokkaebi ban was literally for memes plus just to out the Boss G, or whether they are quite frankly serious on it. Echo ban to kick things off, and a collab. Hello?
Array's just not happy with the bans. He's like, come on, stop counter banning me specifically. But I'm sure he's not gonna be too unhappy about, you know, having to play a vigil with Boss G ACOG. But perhaps it does put a crimp in the plans for Script Esports on defense. Who knows what they had planned, but it's a very common ban, you know, Echo at this point.
Yeah, Echo at this point is probably the only orthodox ban that we saw so far on the bank so far. Nomad, yeah, you do see her occasionally get banned, but she is still considered to be one of those operators that is quite rarely banned out. Interesting to me is that not a single hard breacher has been banned out, so both teams will be given a full freedom on how to go with the breaches. What do you want to breach and how do you want to breach?
Yeah, indeed. You are absolutely right. Now, let's see what's going to be happening over in this first round. What kind of setup we're going to see. Yesterday when 200 Degrees were defending, we saw some weird stuff, to say the least.
We saw some wild stuff.
Top hatches being left unreinforced. The holds were like, I don't even know. And when Q Confirm defended, of course, it was not that impressive as well. Trying to solo hold open area or even doubling up on it, but that's like, no one really does that. You know, and there's a reason for it because it's very easily overrun. So hopefully we're gonna see more of the normal today. Like, still exciting stuff. So perhaps new stuff, but something that makes sense. Hopefully.
At the moment, what is quite odd to me is the fact that Script have currently reinforced the whole of the admin office, and I'm curious as to whether this will be a big play, but it seems like it's just a rush.
Oh, he almost gets one more.
God.
I'm not sure if he did actually. No, it's going to be Array taking him out. He actually downs Cuervo, so he's going to get picked back up, and rush attempt by Napew. I would say on the whole pretty successful. 80 HP off one of the members, and the Maestro of all people off the board.
Yeah, losing Maestro this early into the round to a rush is definitely going to be a bit of a tilter. For Script, but as it stands, really, the rest of Xavier Esports are actually a bit throttled down on how they're gonna push and where they're gonna push. As I believe that's only Ash. Oh, nice shot by Array.
That was very, very smart, because you don't expect someone to be holding open area after the initial melee has all been said and done, and the way that they peaked it was really, really poor, especially with the fact that Red Sun is bringing a Montani. Maybe he should have been the one peaking it, and if Red Sun takes another step forward, he's going to eat that goo mine. I'm not sure why Baby Pig is not clearing it out. He's waiting for the peak, but if he can take down that goo mine, it allows Red Sun to push in forward. So, well, Red Sun doesn't get the kill, he gets killed off. Baby Pig falls as well.
Yeah, unfortunately, Baby Pig ended up going down, and it's all to Kirisaku to try to get back into the game and clutch out for his team, as it is a 1v3 situation. Still a minute 16 to go. Could work out if the positioning is right, but as it stands, the chances are pretty slim.
Yeah, it's gonna be very tough for Kurisaku. I think might be just going up top to just discuss with his team. He has a minute to do it. It's essentially a free tactical timeout. Just discuss like, all right, guys, we had a plan. Napier got us off to a very good start, but what went wrong? All right, so we didn't really capitalize on. Well, he actually gonna get a second kill off the round. It's actually pretty winnable now. 1v2. I thought he was just gonna sit up top, but the goo mine is gonna kill him off. Anticlimactic end, and Array ends with 3 in the round.
Yeah, good turn of events for Script right now to kick things off, considering that initially the rush could have been quite dangerous for Script's defense, but thankfully for the defenders, it did not. So right now, CCTV completely successfully defended. Start from an open area up next, and already we're seeing some adjustments to the roster, which I am liking from Script, because usually we're so accustomed to see a fair few teams to keep on trying to stick with the same roster over and over again, whereas whenever a roster does actually manage to make changes to which operators do they pick for each one of the sites, it definitely shows their flexibility on their approach. And that Nook pick,
are we gonna see Napier?
That's where I want my eyes on. Yeah.
I hope we follow the Nook as she rushes through in. I assume it's gonna be a rush, but she might just have to take stock of the situation, because look at where we're defending right now. Kazoo. This is not where.
Oh my.
This is not. This is 100% not where you'd expect this site to be, and it's very hard to pull off a rush that is unseen on this bomb site with a Nook. Like, you can bypass the cameras, but the defenders will all be watching the angles, and it's very hard. I don't know if this rush attempt, if it's going to be a rush attempt from Napier, if it's going to be successful.
Well, if it's going to be a rush, I definitely will have to agree with you on this. It could be quite quite unsuccessful, but we'll see how things will go, because a Nook at the right spot could pretty much dislodge the whole operation, and Napier is already going in very sneaky with the FMG9. Curious if he will be able to spot the player that is currently on the second floor, just close by to the reception area.
Let's see what happens over here. Kurisaku trying to get some information in. They're gonna realize very, very soon, hopefully, that the bomb site is not on the second floor as expected, even though there is a lot of setup. So Napier's gonna creep up here on the banana stairs, and might find this player inside of... I believe he's inside. He's inside. Yeah, he's definitely inside, but Napier's just waiting. What I'm trying to see if the camera is active as well. Tolji is on the bulletproof cam, but he's gonna go on the wrong time. Napier peeks around the corner, takes him out, and that's one more kill. I believe that is Array trading back onto Napier, but Warbach takes out Array, and Kurisaku's chasing one more. Warbach has been down in the process, Quavo down to about 50 HP, but all in all, a good start for Xavier Esports yet again.
Pretty sure they've taken the top floor now, but surely they will just about to start realizing that, hey, I think we just wasted a whole bunch of resources for a top clear, but there's no sight in here.
Yeah, I hope they definitely have realized that. If not, it's going to be pretty embarrassing. I think they definitely have, because the hatch has been now open. Sunan's going to be trying to contest it. It's a scary prospect to contest it that way, because his shoulder will be visible to someone quick peeking on the hatch, or even just slow peeking. But Quavo is going to be the one leveling things up. Kurisaku goes down. There's the thermite hard breach, and there, as I predicted it, Red Sun nails it. Not to mention, he's on the Blackbeard, so no way he was losing that fight.
Yeah, quickly dispatching of a fair few of the utilities now. Xavier have taken quite a strong position up above, with the Red Sun already taken yet another kill, and there it is. The whole of Script lineup will be falling apart. So I was just about, actually, before they started going for the breaches, I was actually about to say that maybe Script might actually have it, with the fact that they've managed to delay the push pretty well and managed to dish out some good damage, and the trades were more or less well in favor of Script. But no, it turns out that I was completely wrong, and Xavier already managed to completely dislodge the whole operation there. So round 3, Ewok, how we feeling about the matchup so far?
It's been an excellent back and forth so far, I have to tell you. We had a good initial attempt from Xavier Esports. I think they're still trying to just find their groove right away. The script, of course, going to an interesting bomb site, to say the least, as their secondary bomb site, and repeating it. It speaks to me like these guys have a plan, but it's probably the execution of which is still leaving something to be desired. The second floor hold that they were trying to do, I'm not sure whether they were trying to hold second floor, because it is an important part of the site to hold. But I don't know whether they're trying to bait Xavier into attacking second floor, or trying to just hold second floor for the safety of the first.
Yeah, that could very much be the case, but for now, maybe a potential even spawn peak could probably be in effect. I am curious about the usage of the mirror, because so far Script has been having a few issues with mirror and with the Spanish operator just in general, just how things were a bit uneventful just yet.
Yeah, definitely. It's given the explosiveness of both these teams, it's certainly been a slow round so far. 30 seconds down, or almost 30 seconds really, and nothing has happened yet. Lots of droning happening. Napew, he's brought the Twitch, so he might be able to nail these mirror windows before anyone even gets to them. A drone is going to go out. I'm surprised the Valkyrie is not going to notice it. Maybe he's going to try and contest it, but he's not going to actually get a kill.
I like how dynamic Xavier are. They know that, hey, Script are starting to use mirror. Let's bring in Twitch. Completely counter it and make mirror completely unneeded and useless for the team.
Yeah, I really like
Because-
that too.
yeah.
I'm sorry, I cut you off. Please continue.
No, go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying that, you know, because these guys, they were Next Esports last season, and that was the first season in the Pro League as a team, and then they immediately went to the Invitational Qualifier land and stepped up in such a big way. I'm not sure where these improvements have come from, but it's so good to see. And now Array's gonna take one fight, Warbuck is going to fall, there's one more pushing in, and Array's gonna get the second as well. That is incredible stuff, with a 3 armor as well. Sunan piles on, Kirisaku goes down, and this is looking to be a well and truly strong round for Script. The Blackbeard of Red Sun, he's really not able to do too much just yet. He's actually gonna lose the fight. Oh no, he's missing so many of his shots. Array, he's downed or 1 HP. I think he is down.
He's down.
Yeah, so he is down. It took a while. A face shield, about 40 HP, and a lot of time. Red Sun still very, very tentative, but Tolji meanwhile is taking out Napew. So it's just a 1v3 with a Blackbeard. There's one upstairs. He might be able to do this, but time is ticking away. 50 seconds. Oh, nice shots, but Red Sun, he's panicking. I think he's gonna rush in with a deagle. How did he get that?
Ooh. Okay, the deagle strat seemed to have worked, but with barely any health and the shield already being on the verge of being cracked, things might be a little bit fishy. And oh no, the goo mines are gonna start chipping away at that health as well. Yet another goo mine will pretty much end the round like it did in the first one, and it's certainly not looking all that well. Nice shot from Tolji to ensure that the shield is going to be no more, and right now Red Sun is pretty much in an unwinnable
Oh, he can win
situation.
this!
There's the
He
shot.
can win this! He's won it from a 1v4, essentially. Sorry, a 1v3 or a 1v4.
Oh my god.
I think there was a 1v4. What are you doing,
Oh my
Script?
God.
Why are you peeking him? Why? It's a Blackbeard. Stop. Oh my
Peeking
god!
the Blackbeard.
I have like, I'm like writing down the round history, and I already put like the tick mark in Script's box. Come on,
Yeah. Oh my god.
come on.
Red Sun making me eat my words as well.
Yeah. I was like, I saw you saying it. I heard you saying it. And I'm like, and then I saw the outline of the prone guy, and he shoulder peeks, and I'm like, oh no, he's gonna win this. Cthulhu's gonna be wrong in just like 3, 2, 1.
I mean, I'm happy that I'm being proved wrong, because these kind of clutches is what we all live for, and it's a good showcase for Red Sun as well, showing that he's nasty on that Blackbeard as well. You
Yeah,
take
I mean,
away his Dokkaebi, he'll pick Blackbeard and pretty much clutch in the 1v4.
I mean, like we thought, this guy missing all his shots upstairs, wasting, losing HP. The Blackbeard was a mistake in this round, And then after
Yeah.
that, we see the time. We're like, all right, this guy's got 50 seconds, 4 people left, and that's not really gonna happen. But Script let it happen. Of course, Red Sun, credit to him for nailing his shots, but really not.
Later on in
something-
the round, he started nailing the shots. Before, it was a little bit of a
wait,
mashed
wait.
potato salad.
Did you see that, Cthulhu? They just
What?
opened the hatch inside of A. Okay, explain what is this new Southeast Asian meta that's developing, trying to hold open area and leaving this hatch open for default.
I think it's rather it's an attempt at doing a similar kind of hold that a whole lot of people started doing. I think after season 7 of Pro League, with Border, how you
Right.
can how people do the castle trick, where when you're defending Workshop, you close off the bathroom with a castle barricade and you have some extra room. Maybe this could be the similar case, well, a similar attempt here as well, just to try to expand rather than having a one level, defend only a single level. You expand onto the open area, and that way you have a bit more area to fall back from. Plus, you can delay way more time and way more area prior to the push. Oh my Jesus!
Baby Pig's already taken out Array, the man who's been making everything happen for Script so far. Tolji is super low as well. Napier rushing in with a twitch into Garage. His full Garage control right away. Very, very quickly. There's no mirror window this time to face him, so he's not going to have too much problems. Tolji needs to really focus his attentions on one place and have his teammates shore up the other side. And the Blackbeard peeking that, Kit trying to fight it with the SMG-11 of all guns. Corvo gets finished off on top.
Yeah, Cuervo going down is definitely not going to be a good position, but right now Sunan is in that admin, and I'm not too sure if Xavier are yet familiar with that positioning. They know that there might be some danger, but with all the flashbangs coming in, right now, for Alibi, this is it. Tolji is on literally barely any health, and we'll need to try to clutch this up, and we'll need to do an ace clutch if he wants to do it, but at this case, this is quite highly unlikely, but he will try to at least go with a few kills out.
Now, Tolji can't do anything as Kirisaku gets the diffuser planted right away. Not sure whether there's a lack of intel or not, but he's going to get one kill. He finishes off Baby Pig, so that's not going to be a flawless round for Xavier Esports. Hopefully these guys don't start peeking Tolji right away with the Alda and then throwing another round over here. 2 back-to-back throws by 2 different teams. And the Red Sun now peeks into it. Half the time... Oh, okay. Look,
Oh my!
Look.
Hold on,
I
what?
swear to God, if Tolji clutches this out, right, I'm gonna just get up and leave and you can cast his solo Cthulhu.
Okay, that's a deal. With the time we're starting to actually run out, right now Tolji just pretty much will be desperate to go in for that peek, and there we go. There's the shot to, I guess, to the knee with Warbark, and nicely done close to the end by Xavier. Well, it was nearly a throw, but nonetheless.
I don't understand these teams insistent on peeking and peeking and peeking. Just...
Do you think that this is a general Southeast Asian meta to keep being like aggressive whenever there is a that much of an advantage, or is it just rather Xavier being overzealous and that's just being kind of their thing?
I mean, okay, aggression is all well and good, of course, It definitely gives you an advantage in some scenarios, but this is clear over-aggression. They're getting far too ahead of themselves, and I was commenting about this in the 16 Digital Qualifier as well, when Fnatic was playing Xavier. I said, Xavier, when Xavier was playing CAG, in fact, I said, in the first map, Xavier just looked too overzealous. They were getting way too far ahead of themselves, and he was on Bank itself as well. For example, they kept on jumping out of the windows on the second floor time and again for reasons that I really couldn't explain, because CAG had like no way into the site, and then they jumped out and gave CAG a way into the site. So it seems to be that these teams just don't have the experience to know when to back off, when to realize that, well, we got a good advantage, We don't need to press it any further. And you know, if you play the standard game, just hold the angles, hold crossfires, what have you not. We'll be fine. I don't know why they don't feel safe that way.
Yeah, maybe it's them getting overly eager after what they showed on the Six Invitational qualifiers. Now they getting a bit all angsty about it. Ooh.
Yeah,
Okay.
I saw the Amaru
my.
pick, but I didn't quite understand why Napier was bringing it. I'm sure he expected Script to go to the second floor, but Script just don't care. They don't like the second floor at all, and Napier just gonna peek in. The beepers don't ring up, and he's gonna collect the kill anyway onto Array. Once again, the team captain, the first one to fall.
First one to fall indeed, and a bit of an unfortunate situation. Meanwhile, Red Sun is about to contest and does have his face shield completely cracked and destroyed, and still no clearance of the server room.
Yeah, I'm not too sure what's going on right here. Kicked is just happy to sit here. He's chased away a Blackbeard somehow. Not something you would really expect, but well, anything's happening. Red Sun's on one hand, Red Sun's Blackbeard is not great. On the other hand, he just clutched a 1v3, so
Yeah, but
now he dies.
And now he dies. But yeah, you gotta give it as well that Red Sun's success was also based off the fact that Script got overzealous as well, trying to go in for those peaks and trying to contest in a 1v1 situations rather than 1v2 or 1v3 and trying to have crossfires. Meanwhile, Napier is already on site. Nobody is contesting. Finally, he will be able to get a little bit potatoey aim onto the Maestro camera, but nonetheless, yeah, now he gets finished. Yeah, but what is happening? How everything is so falling apart?
Alright, so wait, I'm very frustrated right now because Warlock had side control, alright, and Diffuser still pushed down blue stairs. Quavo didn't get the follow-up kill, but if he had, that was it, the round was over. The Diffuser stuck in a horrible spot. Warlock has this site pretty much because Tolji and Sunan aren't in great positions right now. For some reason, Tolji is hiding inside of Gold Vault. There doesn't seem to be an evil eye visible. So if they do the standard push in, the standard default plant spot, there's nothing that's going to be able to stop this plant. Sunan will need to take his time to rotate with the C4 as well. And I'm sure in that time, you can use a utility or use something and deny that C4.
Yeah, well, Baby Pig will drop in his last EMP grenade, and with 25 seconds left to go, what are they? Why are they going for a back take? They weren't there the drones to already let you know that hey, there's the play. Baby Pig will be getting the kill onto Sunan, and it is a 1v1 situation between him and Tolji. Both of them need to land those shots, and with 8 seconds left to go, Tolji needs to be just in a safety position. The push might be coming out, and there's the plant.
What?
My God! What?
Cthulhu?
Hold up. What?
What? Look, I saw him attempting the plan, and I was like, yep, this is over, because he's gonna stick the plan, and then Tolji's just gonna come on and kill him. And then he just falls off and pre-fires straight through the wall like he is a machine. Check Moss, please.
Yeah, Moss files, please. We need them right now, ASAP. But while we gonna be contemplating about whether that was just a well-placed pre-fire or not, Locals in CCTV room will be the next choice, and so far Xavier are on a roll, albeit that it was a bit of a shaky roll.
I mean, it was more of a tumble than a roll, but they are getting to where they want to go. They're in a 4-1 lead, and against CAG2, it was the attack that was very, very strong rather than the defense. On defense, as I told you, they were doing all sorts of questionable stuff. Right now, it's shaky, but it's at the very least not questionable. What is questionable is Script avoiding the second floor like the plague.
Yeah, it definitely is a very good point about them avoiding the top floor. But they have been practicing quite substantially that whole double floor defense, and potentially since they are unable, well, there's no extra floor on at the CEO to play on. Maybe that's just not part of their agenda for this map. Which is a bit of an interesting one because it does introduce a a meta or just a playstyle that is usually completely
Oh, here comes the Finka.
ignored. Oh boy, there's the Finka Rush. Oh no.
Oh, Fnatic, if you're watching, you're gonna be getting some PTSD flashbacks right about now. Oh man,
Oh, boy.
from a fight, that was a 5-2, you know, Fnatic was in the lead, and then out came the Finka Rushers, and it became a 5-5. Eventually, it went to 8-7, and they're all set up and ready. They've got the beachhead that they needed, and Napier keeps on.
What is
flicking.
Napier?
He's just waiting. He's just waiting for the opportune time, opportune information to get inside of server, get rid of all this barbed wire. Know exactly where all these
Okay.
members are. So Cuervo, they found his position. They surely know he is here. They know Kicked has gone up blue stairs, and they're just waiting. The thing is, Finka Rush, it won't take too much time. They need like, what, 20 seconds? Oh, that's so risky from Napier. Just sends the frag grenade out. I think it got eaten by the ADS. And soon
No, it did explode. It did explode, but it exploded right behind Kick, so it didn't damage him at all. Meanwhile, off screen, it is Kurisaku that ended up going down, and it is one of the hard breaches as well. Nicely done on the take of the surface stairs as well by Red Sun.
Now, Red Sun, he's gonna try and peek at crouch or really prone level for this Jaeger and gonna win out that gunfight. Doesn't really matter if it's not a headshot with that face shield. But I was
That
a bit
crush
surprised.
will be hurting.
Wow, Tolji nails a headshot onto the Blackbeard, tears through his face shield. Array seems to be on 1 HP right now. This time around, he's not been the first casualty of the round, and that's going to give him some confidence. And they know someone's just dropped in the rear and likely to be a kill. Yes, it is. Tolji and Sunan both get 1, so it's all up to Baby Pig. What can you do?
All up to Baby Pig, and right now it seems completely impossible to clutch up. There we go. Script will be finally grabbing that kill. Tolji with a pretty nice set of kills as well, bringing, I believe that was a triple for his team, and what a fantastic hold right there for Script. But I have to say that Finka play was a little bit of a missed opportunity, at least to me.
No, I 100% agree. What we saw from them against Fnatic and what we saw just now with the Finka, very, very different things. It was so tentative. This is what like Q Confirm looked like yesterday with their Finka rushes. Not to say that Xavier looks as bad as Q Confirm did, but the Finka utilization wasn't as perfect as you rightly noted.
Yeah, I would have to say that probably rather having a Finka positioned around the ground floor and having at least some help pushing maybe the admin office and getting the control of that hatch that was open actually right above the site could have actually done a whole lot more useful stuff rather than her just being holed up in that sewer tunnel. So all in all, yeah, not the brightest performance, but could be better, could be worse. Let's just say that.
Now, Red Sun, he is going to try and make something happen on the basement, leading his team into the breach, or rather, onto the breach, as goes the saying. I'm liking these glue mine placements, actually. You can see it's very smart. They are following the contours of the path an attacker would take as they peek around the corner, rather than just placing them centrally. Now, of course, I'm guilty of doing that in my ranked games as well. But, oh, Sunan, he's going to punish Napew's over-aggression, and this is exactly what I was talking about. Trying that spawn peek is such a common spawn peek. Everyone can stop it in ranked, and it's very rare that it works out in the Pro League as well, and Napew, now he's on can duty.
Yeah, well, I mean, losing Jaeger is quite a substantial loss, at least for firefights. Thankfully, well, hopefully, the Magpies were all set out all around the site and will be at least useful utility-wise, but as it stands, yeah, and pretty much a 4v5 from the get-go at the start of the round is definitely not what you want right now. Albeit that Thatcher did take a hefty amount of damage.
Interesting hold coming out from Xavier right here with the entire wall over here being open, so they're gonna be hotly contesting this as soon as I think that is him inside of Dirt Tunnel. He's taken a lot of damage, likely from Kurisaku, or maybe even from Baby Pig, and it's actually drone that's being sent out, probably from Sunan himself. He's not gonna find useful information just yet. Is that gonna be a smoke grenade so early out as the hatches get opened up?
Huh.
Now Sunan's not at Dirt, so it's Cuervo.
So it is Cuervo, yeah. Cuervo's right now position right now with his utility should be just enough to attempt to dislodge at least a Kayan position, if not Smoke as well. And with Smoke, yeah, I definitely have to agree. It's a little bit of a premature attempt to go in for the smoke grenades, but it definitely should be just enough to keep holding off the opposition for a slight bit.
Now Quavo still looking to make his way into this bomb site. Napier already been felled, but Xavier Esports has the positioning advantage. Jackal Pings of course coming out, but they're onto a player that's already on the bomb site. Not really going to be too helpful as Baby Pig takes down Toji. So that's the hard breacher off, and wow, ooh. Baby Pig, that aggression, that time it pays off. Quavo finished off Kirizaku. Baby Pig can't get a third from the hatch. So that is Array also piling on, and that makes it a 2v3. Once again, man counter advantage in the favor of Script. Sunan is a very low HP though. It could be a 2v2 just like that. There is a C4 actually available. That is Red Sun, and with 30 seconds left in the round, if they go for the default plant, I think Xavier can deny it. But they need to stop worrying about these hatches, and that's the wrong place for this C4.
Oh no. A bit of an unfortunate positioning, and right now Cuervo will be going in right in for the plant attempt. 13 seconds to go. Red Sun does actually pick up a kill into Array, and the plant will be attempted to go, but the diffuser has started already ticking out. Sunan barely on any health, but has a very potent position to play from, and he should have just the right angle to play off if he wants to win this, but his position already been revealed for Xavier Esports, and right now this is going to be a very tricky situation to play from. There he goes. We'll be going down, and right now Xavier will be able to clutch this back up again.
So despite that C4 misplay, they still are good with the guns. And Red Sun make sure everyone is watching him very, very closely, because he's definitely one of the best players in the region. And you know, we say that a lot about many teams. Of course, the Giants Gaming players. Oh, by the way, they're called Giants Gaming now, not Airwolf.
It's gonna be weird.
Yeah, right? I'm so used to seeing Giants in Europe. I'm sorry, just on the tangent, but like, yeah. So those 6 guys, you know, they have a substitute, Histor. I always mess his name up, so I'm so sorry. But those 5 or 6 guys, you know, they are obviously the best in the region. Well, some of the best in APAC. But then you have, you know, people like Napier, Warbuck, Red Sun, Baby Pig, all of them very, very good. And I think this season they're going to make a very strong challenge for 2nd place.
Oh yeah. With the way how things are currently unveiling, it's quite certain that Xavier do have a very good setup for themselves, and definitely will be contesting for those top spots. At the very least, I would have to say top 3 will be guaranteed for them. If not top 2, yeah. But the way how they keep on bringing this back, they keep on reading in on some of the mistakes that Script makes. It's definitely quite something, honestly, because we saw already Red Sun clutch up, and we saw at the very least 2 times when Xavier managed to bring it back from at least a 2-man deficit.
Now, Xavier Esports with a 3-round lead that's looking really, really strong. The defense, of course, not the greatest, but looking so far more than good enough to deal with Script. So, Cthulhu, what's going on with Script here? You know, they're not terrible. You know, it's certainly one of the better teams, but they did finish 2nd in the Challenger League last season, despite essentially having been a Pro League team all the while.
Issue is the fact that a fair few times Script ended up just trying to contest some of the firefights in a 1v1 situation rather than trying to pretty much make it an overkill and try to go for say a 2v1 situation, or have at least some person that would be able to instantly refrag. Instead, they are trying to always be aggressive, always try to be unpredictable, and trying to peek everything, and that's not exactly the way to play, at least against a team that is Xavier, where they can be overly aggressive as well. We did see that happen a fair few times, but they can be quite precise about when do they want that aggression as well. And so for Script, it just seems that they are trying to use a bit more of a basic approach for some of their plays, rather than trying to actually put their head to it and trying to actually put some strategy behind some of their moves and pace themselves down.
Let's see what happens over here. Warbuck's gonna get the party started really. Array goes down once again, being the opening kill, and so far, according to my tracking, every single round that Array has died first or early, his team has lost the round. Of course, the team has lost rounds where Array didn't die early, but still, it's really a sign of bad times coming for Script.
Definitely bad times indeed, as already IQ going down, and that's not what you want right now with the walls still being electrified. Thankfully, Thatcher is still in the play, so they should have, say, a second chance for it. Whereas, right now, Napier is just toying with his prey. He's continuing to just keep on dishing out the damage, but will be straight away punished, as already the control of the hallway has been taken, but Baby Pig will be able to respond with a nice quick few shots.
Oh, that's a great jump out. The Claymore punishes him for it. Still man count advantage for Xavier Esports right now. Corvo over here, what can he do? There's a lot of time for him to... Not a lot of time for him to play with, my bad. 15 seconds as we count down almost. And... well, doesn't look too good.
Issue right now as well is the fact that that run out pretty much destroyed the diffuser right now. There's a nice shot by Warbark as well. One more try, one more play.
He still got the C4! He threw out the C4 for Corvo, and then Corvo rushed him, and he very nearly lost that gunfight, Warbark, and he still nails the C4. Okay, the presence of mind, though, to remember that his C4 was still there, and he could still use it. I love it. I love it from Warbark.
Yeah, that was some very good pacing and very good usage of the C4, so very well done by Xavier. And they're already on the match point. Ewok, 6-2. Script literally being denied each and every approach point.
This is like, not even like something that I expected. How do I put it? The rounds are looking like each time Script has kind of an outside chance, but it's not like a demolition as the scoreline suggests as well. But it is really a demolition. 6-2. The only rounds that Script got was the first and the 6th round. That's all. And now they're going to face 4 match points. It's going to be absolutely monumental for them to try and claw this back, get at least 1 point from this map.
Yeah. Well, for now, a slight change up. Red Sun busting out the Vigil. With the Boss G, there it is. There's the gun that we were talking about pretty much the whole pre-match. And as well as that, a Goyo and a Dog Pick by Xavier. So potentially we might be looking at a bit of a aggressive playstyle up and around the side, but those Goyo shields should provide just enough of the area denial as well for the fallback.
Ooh. Warbuck, playing with fire. Gotta get away.
Yeah, Warbark's play right now. Oh yes, I told you. I told you it's here. Boss G ACOG is here. Red Sun did bring it out straight away for the potentially the last round. Maybe they already calling it. Yeah, this is the last round. Let's go. Let's prep for the next map. Really.
Well, Red Sun, he really wants this to be over and done with. He doesn't want to give Script any more points or any point if he can. So
yeah.
It'll be 1 or none for Script at this point. Lots of point words being pointedly thrown out.
Many points can be lost here, and as well as made. But as it stands, interestingly enough, the choice of a Lion for Script, potentially they could be banking on to be that remedy against all the roaming that Xavier so far ensued. But maybe it's going to be the solution, maybe not. We'll find that out in just about under 2 minutes, how things are going to roll out here.
Now kicked, he's going to try using E1D as cover to move in, and the second floor has been almost droned out, but Warbuck is being very elusive. I'm not sure if they realize what his position is. Red Sun, though, the Boss G ACOG player, he gets finished off, and oh, there's an engagement right here. Warbuck taken very low, but he can heal himself up. Kicked is going to be the one in greater trouble. Oh, but through the wall as well. The drone is constantly harassing this Doc. He's going to go prone, try bring himself back up to full health if he can. Flashbangs are gonna go out. Not sure if he's flashed. Not sure how recent the information is. As he pops up and Kick still wins the fight.
Albeit on barely any health at this point. But the man count is still going to be all evened out. Baby Pig doing some good amount of work for his team, already claiming a second kill. And Ash is barely on any health. The moment she will go down, things are definitely going to start turning in favor of Xavier even further right now. Toji and Sunan on full health, and I believe that there's still some utility on that Hibana remaining. So still some movement can be made with 36 seconds left to go. Not a whole lot of chances of being left out.
Now, the hatches are open, Kicked is low on HP, but so is Baby Pig, relatively speaking. The problem is time. 20 seconds to tick down. This is going to be an absolute bloodbath, and I think Xavier Esports are well in control of this. Napier takes down Tolji as well as the drone. Sunan's getting the diffuser plant down, fair enough. Kicked is trying to cover upstairs, and somehow Sunan is successful, but not for long as the Jaeger comes up, and Napier gets the second of his round. Finished off by the Kicked, the Ash. But 5 HP on this, and they can just start baiting it out. Kirisaku and him. Oh no, that's not the way to play. You need to do it with both members at the same time. Now, it is a TCSG. You can hear the impact grenades going off, and Kick now knows which way the Goyo is going to be coming after him. But he turns around at the wrong moment. Kirisaku might find him, he might not. The time is very, very low, and this could still be a win for Script right here. But no! The Goyo gets the kill! Is he gonna have enough time? It's very tight, but I think he's definitely got it. I think this is it. Xavier Esports, a dicey end to this round, but a round win nonetheless. They take this round, they take this map. 7-2 Script just shut out.
Shout out indeed. It's definitely, well, scoreline will be telling a completely different story, being a 7-2, but all of those times, both teams had so many potentials of winning and losing those rounds, and it kept us guessing pretty much up until the last few seconds which team will be victorious in each one of those rounds, because so many times we saw those 1v1 engagements, so many times we saw overly aggressive plays, and I mean, nonetheless, well done to Xavier, securing a 7-2, a pretty confident scoreline, potentially attempting and going into the map number 2 with a similar idea and a similar morale, but nonetheless, a pretty good performance for them.
Indeed, this is looking to be a very, very tight season in Southeast Asia indeed. I'm sure formerly Airwolf, currently Giants Gaming, they would have been watching this match, doing some prep work on opponents they are sure to be facing very, very soon. Actually, I'm not too sure when the matchup is scheduled, but Xavier Esports, they might become the top team in Southeast Asia for this season. Well, certainly I think they're on course of becoming at least number 2.
Oh yeah, if they're gonna keep up playing like this, and they can muster themselves to be able to know when to pace down and know when to stop and just play it carefully, that's when they're going to be a scary team to face, because they already know when to go for those aggressive plays. They know how to channel their aggression and make it efficient on a fair few plays. But whenever they start knowing that they have the advantage, they start getting a little bit overzealous, and after that, that's where they end up falling through.
Now, I wonder what's going to be happening over here in the Script camp. They came into this matchup with, of course, a fair bit of confidence, a fair bit of expectation that, right, we're going to do this well, we're going to have some plan, and then we've already played these guys once, we have VODs on them, we've seen the bank. In fact, I'm sure when they allowed bank through, or the pick bank, they're like, alright, we know what kind of bank they play, and CHG kind of gave us a blueprint of what to do and what not to do, so let's try and do this. So either they didn't do that, which I don't believe so, I mean, it doesn't make sense, or they did try to do that and it was just the execution that was lacking. And I think that was, seeing what we saw, I think that's more likely to be the case.
Yeah, I definitely will have to agree that the execution definitely was a little bit flawed, but they had a pretty good idea. I mean, I definitely dig, and I definitely like that whole case of them trying to defend 2 floors for each one of the sites. Expansion is definitely great, and if you play it right, and if you manage to delay the players for a very long while, it's definitely going to be a very powerful weapon against teams like Xavier.
Anyways, we are going to take a tiny little break as you see some highlights, and we'll be right back with map 2 of this series.
And if you get less, I'm sure to get more. It's guaranteed, no matter how you feel. So you better get real. I'm trying out in a downpour. My heat is rising in the cold frost. Still around, but now I'm never more gone. Where I get found out is when I get lost. At the end of the day, less condemnation. Hastily scrolled commiseration. But an empty promise won't bring us up. I'll calm us down. So this is how things will now remain. Despite the friction, they will stay the same. You'll never get more back than you paid. It always ends in waste. I'm trying out in a downpour. My heat is rising in the cold frost. Still around, but now I'm never more gone. Where I get found out is when I get lost. I'm still starving. There's a hell of a way to go. Just to reach till the morning, and my world is gone up in smoke. They would drown the sun just to hold on to what they've got. It just goes on. I would dry the oceans just to shake them. What they won't give can be taken. I'm trying out in a downpour. My heat is rising in the cold frost. Still around, but now I'm never more gone. Where I get found out is when I get lost. I'm still starving. There's a hell of a way to go. Just to reach till the morning, and my world is gone up in smoke. I'm trying out in a downpour. My heat is rising in the cold frost. Still around, but now I'm never more gone. Where I get found out is when I get lost. You're a bad girl. Whatever happened to your pride? And you're a sick girl. You'll never get the same hit twice. Can we go back to when I was 9 and you were 10? Go back to when we were friends. Bad girl, it wasn't always like this, no girl. You made your bed like I need. Bad girl, you had so much ambition, how you hurt. You used to play fair. No regrets then. You'll never get to heaven in your state now. Would you even know that I'm still alive? Can we go back to when I was 9 and you were 10? You play and we pretend. Go back and live again. Go back to when we were friends.
Hello and welcome everybody. Welcome back to day 2 of the Southeast Asian Pro League. I am Inferno Ewok and with me is the one and only Cthulhu, and we have just seen a very, very exciting first map, or rather not that exciting, but it's a map.
Well, it was exciting. It was exciting for Xavier.
Oh yeah.
Seeing as the scoreline did end up being 7-2 on Bank. It definitely does set up quite a nice pace for them as well, seeing as they are the team that is contesting for that top 2 or even top 1 spot against now Giants Gaming, which for those who are just tuning in, there's a big announcement that the former roster that is known as Airwolf now got signed by Giants Gaming, so massive congratulations to them, as it is a pretty good moment for one of the longest running teams, if not the longest running team in APAC. And all in all, to return back to the matchup at hand, being the Xavier versus Script, we do have our map number 2, Cafe, after Consulate, Clubhouse, Villa, and Bank ended up banned out.
Very interesting choices for the bans, specifically the Clubhouse ban from Script makes 100% sense. The Villa ban from Xavier, I'm not too sure. Perhaps they're just not that comfortable on it, or during scrims they have found that Script is a bit too scary on it, so fair enough. Bank being banned after what we just saw, so no surprise.
I mean, that's a logical one,
Yeah, no surprises there. You don't want to get 7-2 to 7-0 again. So we are left with Cafe. It is a map that I believe Xavier Esports is pretty decent at. But Script definitely will have something to say about that. Hopefully they have practiced this a lot more, because this is Script's map pick. Just now Bank was Xavier's map pick, and Script now get to choose. They chose between Bank and Cafe, and their choice is Cafe.
Yeah, I mean, Cafe could potentially work out pretty well, but considering the way how Xavier managed to work out and how flexible they were on their choice picks for the operators, it's definitely going to still be a very much of a challenge for Script to play against them. Whereas on the side of Script, they could potentially play a whole lot more open, and as well as that, they have been practicing that dual floor playstyle, so maybe this will be the play here on the Cafe Dostoevsky.
Well, let's see what kind of play we are to expect over here as we head right into Cafe. Now, it's going to be Script Esports starting off on attack. Xavier Esports, having not picked the map, they get to pick the sites.
Yeah, well, for now, before the sites will be picked, let's take a look at the bans, though, because probably Dokkaebi will get banned once again to just upset Red Sun and Array.
Dokkaebi ban, I expect, it's going to be a Nomad ban. I was going to say the other one I expected was a Thatcher ban. Southeast Asia loves their Thatcher ban, and they're pretty proficient with it. Xavier Esports, though, they chose to go with the Nomad ban instead, so it's just like, they don't want to play with Nomad.
There's the Dokkaebi ban.
It's the same bans from the previous map for the same teams. Obviously just reversed now because they are on the opposite sides at the start.
On the case of you mentioning the Thatcher bans, right now for both of those teams, a Thatcher ban would definitely be unwanted, just due to the fact how crucial he was to both of those teams winning the rounds that they did manage to win. So more so probably for Xavier rather than Script, but I definitely want to mention that. Yeah, it's literally the same bans actually.
Yeah.
But yeah, the Thatcher ban is definitely not going to be working out here at all. But I am curious though. So Echo, universally, he is annoying to deal with on pretty much any map that you pick. Clash, I don't recollect. Probably Array, I would say, might try to replicate the whole success with the shield. But again, I don't think he is as scary as, say, Lunametal on it. But bring it in a Nook, potentially for that 6th pick.
No, it's definitely
Called
a
it.
6th pick. Good call.
I was about to say, yeah, Array on Nook, I'm not particularly sold on it. Now, say, if we saw somebody like maybe Sunan or Kicked on Nook, I would probably believe, but Array, yeah.
Yeah, I think you're right. Ray has a very traditional way of taking gunfights, and he's superbly good at it. Let's make no mistake. All right, but
Oh
you
yeah.
know, I don't know if. Okay, well, obviously you can practice it, but like from what we've seen in the past, Ray, I think yes, you're right, may not be the perfect candidate for the kind of play that Nook is the best at. He can get some Nook play out, of course, but probably not the best. I think we're gonna have to see what happens, nonetheless.
I'd say the perfection of Nook is the fact that the less you play her, the less times the defense would expect that kind of surprise of an attack. So she's in a somewhat similar position as Kapkan. You could say the less you play Kapkan, the more dangerous he is. Same goes with Nook. The less you expect her, the less you expect the Inquisition, the more powerful it strikes.
That's right. I think it's a very good thing. You gotta use it sparingly unless you want it to be known that you're using this operator so often. And when you're going for operators like Nook, which promote the surprise aspect, sometimes it's just best for you to just only use it when you really need a round, or you just want to get off to a very good start.
Yeah. Well, talking about the good starts, potentially Red Sun might be looking at a bit of a cheeky run out maybe, or having just a straight up crossfire setup between him and Warbark, as both of them are in pretty good vicinity between each other.
Yep, and unfortunately we do seem to have a bit of a freeze over here, and we're gonna get right back into it just away.
Well,
So now,
while
well, yep, here we are. We are back. 1 minute 40 seconds left in the round exactly, and Array is on the drone. You saw Cuervo just now. He was on the drone for a bit, and that's an early gunfight. Array's gonna take the head off of Red Sun. He's on the Ash. He's been a very powerful operator, powerful player on that operator in the past, especially with Airwolf, now Giants Gaming. Warbuck sitting here inside of Kochek. He might be finding a fight, and Cuervo, oh, very nice shoulder peek. He takes a tiny lick of damage, but not too worrying, and that's gonna force the Legion out of Kochek. Array capitalizes on it, and he is running absolutely amok.
yeah, that bait and switch by Cuervo and Array definitely did seem to have worked out pretty well to dislodge Xavier's offside hold, which does force now them into a bit more of a turtle setup against Script. And as it stands right now, Script are given pretty much a carte blanche on trying to open up whatever they want.
Now, Sunan has a very nice sideline all the way inside of the bomb site. Kirisaku's getting very antsy, and he might just stray into the crossfire. But not quite just yet. Baby Pig getting inquisitive. Kirisaku finally answers back. Cuervo is the one to fall, and Kirisaku getting even more inquisitive, wanting to peek out even further, and he's gonna find kicked, and that's a 3v3 right away, and whoa, the guns come alive!
Wait, what?
Sunan, he trades one back onto Baby Pig, but he's in a disadvantage now, and he gets finished off. Script, they were looking so good. They had a 2-man advantage, I think it was, and suddenly
Xavier, hello?
Kirisaku, they turn it around, just really on the backs of Kirisaku with those 2 that he got, and of course Baby Pig and his bandit friend, I think, just helping.
And Baby Pig was banded.
Oh yeah, Baby Pig and someone else.
It was Napier.
Ah right, yeah. Well, yeah, that recovery on site, beautiful stuff.
Yeah, it was a fantastic recovery by Xavier. Even after losing so much of the out of the site positioning, they were able to pretty much scramble it pretty well. And big props to Kirisaku as well. Yeah, managing to go for those aggressive plays, being a little bit continuously on the move, continuously keeping Script double checking and double questioning each one of the positions. So definitely a very good turn of events and a good start right now for Xavier, as a loss within this type of round for Script is definitely going to be a bit of a tilter.
Yeah, you can kind of see that Array is making a lot of the things happen for his team, but the team doesn't quite know what to do either without him, or they can't quite execute his ideas to the letter. Not to say that his team is poor, of course. They are strong contenders for the APAC Finals spot, but I think it's gonna work out in the end.
Hello there, Kirisaku. Trying to find a cheeky spot there. Pretty sure maybe it was actually even practiced to a certain degree. Can you find it though? You can do it, mate.
Come on.
You can do it.
Oh, he's just gonna put it on the floor. He's just giving up.
Ends up giving up. Yeah. Okay, fair enough. I mean, it's a good position as well. Not usually where people would straight away check, so would have the slight element of surprise. But I am curious how will Xavier defend this top floor, because they had a fair few times when they have a very kind of single floor plan on how to defend it, and then end up adding a little bit of that spice on the side that is trademarked to just Xavier. And this time, well, prior to this, it was the Goyo shields for the hold in the bakery, just to make sure that when you're falling back, you can deny plentiful amount of space. But here it seems that it is just about as stock standard as it gets, really. A single person in the cigar lounge, single person around the cigar shop, and the remainder are just up and around the site.
Little bullet holes coming out from Napier. We saw this, was it yesterday or was it against Fnatic? Because we have seen this before.
That was yesterday.
Oh, yeah, it was yesterday. It was here. Oh, wow, what a shot onto the C4. Not that it would have gotten anything but the Claymore, but yeah, we saw it yesterday. It wasn't that successful. And let's see whether it is more successful for Napier. He has a knack for landing some of the darndest shots, really, so let's see.
Yeah, Ray is being a little bit woke about his positioning.
Oh, that's a free kill!
Oh, there it is!
Well, there's one more actually on the rappel right there, but Warbach just gonna balance away, and he takes his pest, uses it in conjunction with the mute jammers to get a drone for himself. Excellent stuff.
Look how aggressive Red Sun here as well, just continuously contesting that window between him and Zofia, and making sure that Cuervo will be pushing up very, very late, which will allow Xavier to play with time even more as it stands, with already pretty much Thatcher off the board.
Oh, that's a nice little asphyxiation bolt that comes out from Array after he gets one kill. He's gonna force Red Sun out of position and then maybe allow Cuervo to swing into the white stairs. I'm not too sure. He's just upside down repelling right now, and he's gonna get collected by Cuervo, so maybe too late for him. And Baby Pig piles on, Array gets felled, and Xavier Esports are running the show with no quarter given right now.
Yeah, and next up is going to be an attempt to breach into the... oh my sweet Jesus. An attempt into the cigar lounge, but Baby Pig is already on the roll. He will be actually finally shut down by Toji, and it is all up to him against 3 members of Xavier, which are pretty healthy, but he's not too shabby as well. Well, up until just a few seconds ago, as he will be going down to the hands of Red Sun. Xavier keep on their roll.
Red Sun is honestly such a good player. I keep on saying it. I keep on extolling his virtues in the game. But he has been in the scene for so long, since Season 7 in fact. Was on the old Xavier Esports roster, now can confirm. Been to so many APAC finals, APAC lands. And his skill level has just gone up and up and up. He was kind of overshadowed at times. And even is right now, you know, because Warbach and Napier are ridiculously good as well. So is Baby Pig, but when push comes to shove, when he's needed, he absolutely brings out the top draw stuff. So now Napier's going to be the one playing the Vigil this time around.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Red Sun over here, he is getting the castle barricade down, bringing the castle here on this bomb site. Interesting choice. We don't usually see it in Southeast Asia yet, but I guess they are learning from the other regions.
Yeah, definitely is. I did end up talking about the whole Vigil pick as well. Well, I found, only then I found out that the microphone was muted. But nonetheless, Boss Diego once again will be coming out, which actually is going to be very useful both for making holes in the walls and making holes in the skulls of the opposing team. Curious though, how will Script attempt to change this up, because they are switching it a little bit, bringing in a buck for the site, whereas on the side of Xavier they also made some amends and potentially looking at a bit more of a hunker down strategy with having Red Sun actually bringing in the castle as well.
Now what can Warbach do over here? He has been quiet in these 2 rounds so far, but as we saw against Fnatic, this guy can be an absolute menace. Good thing for him, good thing for Xavier. he doesn't need to do much because they are right now well in control of this matchup. Array, he needs to do something absolutely substantial. Maybe he needs to start carrying this team, and it's a bit, you know, it sounds a bit hard to say, but, you know.
He's already is.
Maybe
with
even
all the
harder.
plays that he did, he needs to, at this point, carry harder.
That's so disheartening to hear, right? You know, carry harder, because you don't think your teammates are going to be that useful, because they need to step up, honestly. Actually, you know, really not Array. His teammates need to start stepping up. He's doing so much of the legwork in every single round.
That definitely is. I'll have to agree with you. On that, it's definitely seeming that Script is having a fair few issues with, well, apart from Araya having issues with either coordinating or getting the firefights going. But as it stands, ooh, a good start right now actually for Cuervo, taking out Warbark, as well as that, very close to taking out Red Sun as well, the main player of Xavier, as that is actually Array getting that vendetta going.
So I call and the answer. Right now it's a very nice situation indeed for Script Esports. Kicked and Array both on low HP, but Array, he gets a second kill before getting finished off by Baby Pig. 1 minute left in the round, and a C4 finishes off Kicked as well, and that's some really nice stuff coming out from Baby Pig. It's just him and Napew left. There's a Boss G, and there's gonna be one more for Baby Pig. He's still up here, up top. He drops Diffuser as well, a nice little headshot onto Sudan, but Napew gets finished off, so now Baby Pig decides, alright, I'm just gonna go upstairs, and I'm gonna try play the Diffuser.
That's exactly what he needs to do. He needs to keep playing the Diffuser right now, and the only good idea right now for Script is try to go for a pincer play, as that would ensure that at least if one of the operators will go down, the other will be able to get a refrag. But it seems that both of them might be prompting to go for a same side push. Oh, Baby Pig dodging the bullets, can't hit the shots, and finally Script will be able to claim a third round total for themselves.
Yeah, third round in total. That includes the previous map, and that came on round number 6. We had 9 rounds, so we played 5 rounds before Script were able to claw back one more round across both maps. Not exactly filling the fans with hope.
Well, still have a fair few rounds to go with, as Script are only 1 round away from drawing things out against Xavier here for now. Going into the reading room and fireplace, once again retrying the site for Xavier. Could potentially work out, but it seems that the lineup is just about the same, which begs me to ask a question. Is it the Xavier kind of whole prowess starting to fall off, or is it just the strat that is precisely picked for this very site?
I think it's the small stuff that let them down in the round just now. Warbuck was the opening kill, and then Red Sun followed right after. So they got 3 kills, did Script, before things started to get pulled back. And the fact they even got as close as it did, thanks to the efforts of Baby Pig, is a testament to their skill. So if, you know, everyone has their off rounds, they kind of just make a little mistake, and sometimes it piles on together to lose you a round. I think they're going to be able to fix it. The idea was pretty solid. Hold on to the 3rd floor as long as you can and play a free-flowing roam. So you go in, go out, and go up, go down. Just harry them without being caught in one position, without being frozen, without being pinned.
Yeah, that would be the ideal play right now for Script, is just keep on having those very well calculated choices, very well calculated picks, and after that, shortly, should the success follow there. But for now, it is only 1 round that they did manage to take within this map, so won't be getting ahead of our thoughts just yet here. Napew deciding to take things a little bit more serious with the K1A rather than a Boss G, should be able to have a bit more of an efficient roam game if things will work out well. For now, it is a pretty one-sided push just onto the windows and the rooftop of the Cafe Dostoyevsky, as Xavier are just being a little bit more steadfast and pacing themselves out on whether they want to go in for the push. Oh, Baby Pig! Can he hit that? He won't be hitting, but unfortunately for him, that won't be working out.
Yeah, it's an ambitious C4 every time you send it up on Scarlet, because the rip is so very easily heard. With the first kill this time, Warbuck, he strikes back onto Array. No longer the opening death, he's going to be the opening killer. There is still a drone on him actually, and he's standing right below New Hatch. Red Sun now he piles on as well, so this is what I've talked about, just winning the gunfights initially, and now they are in the driver's seat. And if need be, if they fall, the others can certainly step up.
Step up indeed, and for now, with already 2 players down on Script side, Xavier looking pretty strong, but Cuervo has something to say about that. Warbark to be taken out with a very nice headshot with the M762. As it stands, it is still a 3v4 situation, and the advantage is in favor of Xavier, both man count-wise. Oh, there it is. Nicely done by Red Sun. Both man count and time is definitely not right now in favor of Script.
Yeah, this is looking very hard for Script, but, you know, we saw some spectacular clutches on the first map, and we just saw one almost happen. But this is going to be really one of the most spectacular so far, and he can't even land one shot. Xavier Esports wins round number 4, Baby Pig. He's coming up huge, as is the rest of his team. Yeah, they might drop 1 or 2 rounds. They are not the perfect and finished article. But by God, are they going to tighten the screws onto Script.
Yeah, the Script so far seeming to be completely unable to gain any traction, even after the fact that they did manage to dislodge defense of Xavier, managed to get them a little bit maybe on the cocky side to then play off of that microaggression. But as it stands, Barn Cocktail Lounge will be the next choice for Xavier, and it seems that their train is not planning to make a stop anytime soon, or at the very least just yet, the way how things are going. Mozzie to be brought in by Napier. I was about to say that smoke choice is probably not exactly going to be fitting for Napier's playstyle here, but nonetheless, Mozzie is definitely going to be a very good operator to go with, as both the utility and the loadout itself is quite nice and very well balanced.
Now, what can Kirisaku do this time around? He has been one of the quieter players for Xavier Esports throughout, you know, even across the 6 Invitational APAC qualifiers when he went to Sydney with his team. Some people were saying like, oh well, he was the one who really should have been pulling his weight a bit more, and that is true to an extent, but you also got to look at the operators that he's usually playing, and those are not really fragging operators, so of course he's going to be a little lower than expected. Finally he nails that evil eye. You know, it's a very nice
I like
spot.
that.
You can't, I don't know if... No,
Well, you can reach it with the sledgehammer if you climb up on the same spot.
I think, yeah, you can just climb up. So that's what I was about to think. Like, well, it's good, all well and good that he's put it up there, but it's still very visible, and, you know, I guess the reasoning behind it is extra coverage. Oh, Array just dodges a C4 by the skin of his teeth.
That is a very nice dodge indeed, as managing to read into that aggressive throw straight away definitely is a good start, but Cake already losing his drone is certainly not where you want right now, especially as an attacker, with the whole drone economy kind of occasionally being in shreds. But
we just cut away from a gunfight. No, we are seeing Warbuck, I think it was, just break open the barricade and try to fight someone. He came off a lot worse the way for it.
Yeah, but as it stands, Warbuck actually has a very nice overall sidelines via those Valkyrie cameras, and nicely done by Red Sun. As it stands, all in all, Xavier has a very nice, very potent structure and positioning right now for each one of them. As Cuervo, just as I say about the structure, nearly managed to dislodge Warbuck's brain out of his skull.
That is certainly one way to call a headshot, and I like that. 1 minute 30 exactly in this round, and Kirisaku's fighting a drone with his evil eye. There's one on rappel here. Warbuck, what can you do? He might just get into the fight with Cuervo if he has the information. Not sure if he does though. And there's a captured drone as well that Napier has got. Warbuck's gonna finish off an enemy drone.
Yeah, as long as Warbuck is able to deny at least just the drone economy right now for the attacking side, this is going to be a very good go. Already 2 minutes gone. and not a single kill, apart from the fact that Warbark is pretty much going to be limping with this amount of damage taken.
As the time ticks down, it gets even harder for the attackers. This is the way that Siege works. The attackers are the one with time pressure. Oh goodness, how did the C4 not connect? But he's gonna connect with the SMG-11 nonetheless. Array peeks in, getting inquisitive. Redson takes down one more. Baby Pig nearly collects one as well. An extra one for him. Everyone's crossing right above him. He's gonna start opening holes as Tolji takes down Redson. So a bit of a misplay from him, but still man count advantage in favor of Xavier Esports. 20 seconds left in the round. Sunan, he's gonna peek around, looking at the pixel angle. There's a deployable shield, but no player. Wabak sitting here on white stairs, just waiting for the push. They have to push this together. And no, the reload comes at the wrong time. A peek is still going to come out for Napier. Quovo goes down in a second for Napier. What a shot as Warbuck puts the cap on things. Choji goes down and a frenetic end as time, poor script just push right into the crosshairs of Xavier.
That was some fantastic play by Napier and Warbark as well. Managing to completely dislodge the overall push, as well as that, just the play from below by, I believe that was, actually, I believe that was
Warbuck,
Kirisaku.
I think,
Oh, no, wait,
yeah.
oh, wait.
Warbuck was roaming down there on the second floor, but I think there was someone else
Either way,
there. Yeah.
The Mozzie play from below definitely, wait, was it Mozzie? No, it wasn't the mute, sorry. I'm just getting now all tangled up, but
I wish
one
we
way
had
or another, that
know.
play from below was really good.
It was, truly. Oh, sorry, it was Baby Pig, my bad. It was Baby Pig on the smoke.
Right.
Yeah.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused.
Okay.
by
First floor, kitchen service and kitchen being defended by Xavier Esports. Xavier, these guys are really running away with this. I think it might even be a 7-1 or a 7-2. But, you know, first floor is the bomb site that some teams feel very comfortable attacking. At least teams like Na'Vi or Giants Gaming, and this is the Southeast Asian Giants Gaming, by the way, so just a news flash if you missed it. Airwolf, they used to be called. They like
10 seconds.
to attack on Cafe, and one of the sites that they like to attack is this first floor bomb site because it gives them a lot of beachhead to be established, and it allows them to take their time, get ready for the execute, maybe even use a Montagna if needed, and push right in. Many different avenues for them to use.
Yeah, it certainly, a fair few teams did manage to make Cafe work, yeah, especially close to its beginning when it was just on the test service and everything, but it's definitely still, for a fair few teams, it's also a bit of an uncharted territory, as at least within ANZ, you know how most of the newer maps that are being released into the competitive map pool, they say it's the maps where the good teams fall, because usually all the more established teams already have all the setups ready and everything, but oh my goodness, right now,
Oh,
Red
Ray
Sun,
sees it! Does he? Oh, the pre-fires through the wall. They don't connect, and Red Sun's gonna answer back the headshot onto Yash. And that was so unfortunate for Array. That is really just bad luck on the timing. And Array tried to make his own luck. Wasn't quite successful, and oh, White Peak's gonna come out from Red Sun. He's gonna win this fight as well. Drops the diffuser, can't win the fight against Quovo as he crouches down at the opportune moment. Gets the headshot, but down to about 25 HP as Warbuck finishes off. Sunan and Kick falls as well. Now this guy has to face 4 members. Quovo gets 1, so he has to ace this in a 1v4, and he can't. It's gonna be Warbuck dropping him, and that is a 6th round for, sorry, 6th round in the board for Xavier Esports. It's round number 5 for them. Oh, I flipped that up. It's round number 6 for Xavier Esports, and the 5th round for them.
yeah, 5th point for them, yeah. Round 7 though, as the sides are now changing, and we are already only 1 round away from the match point by Xavier. Once again, looking like they might repeat the similar fate here, like the map number 1 has. As it seems that they're not planning to stop anytime soon. A choice of Warden on Sunan is definitely quite interesting, as just like I thought it would have been probably a bait for the 6th pick, but I don't know. Even after the buff to Warden being him now being a 2-speed operator, I still think that he's very much situational. But when he does that situation, he does receive that situation, he performs fantastically.
Yeah, I think I have to agree with you. We'll have to see, because Xavier Esports, they're bringing all these operators that I usually not seen. Well, really just two, Finka and the Blackbeard. Blackbeard, of course, falling out of favor after having once been extremely fearsome. On the defensive side, Array continuing on with the Vigil. Not too sure if that will pay dividends because they don't have much room to play with. Just 2 more rounds and they've lost this map as well. ERC7 is going to be his tool of choice. It takes a time getting this hatch open, but he has more than enough ammo to do it. What can Kit do? Is he going to go for a spawn peek late into this round or going to do something like what Red Sun did? What do you think? What can Script do right now on defense to stop this kind of a lineup from Xavier?
To be frank, right now for Xavier, for Script, they need to probably play a little bit more passive. Have the angles locked down completely. Have the sight locked down to the point where when Xavier will try to go for a poke and they reveal a millimeter, you chomp away the whole meter. So, with that said, they need to make sure that they catching Xavier on their mistakes rather than trying to make their own mistakes and be overly aggressive against them.
Corvo getting very inquisitive over here. The Blackbeard isn't there, and even if he was, he's not a fight you want to be taking. Corvo gets nicely flashed, but Red Sun can't capitalize. He misses the crossing. Valkyrie, and she's gonna get away, and the poor timing again. Pickle Spot runs in. Corvo, he's taking some damage and some more, but Kicked is there. He's gonna heal him up to full health, no doubt. And you can see the process starting. Oh, that is going to be really unfortunate for Red Sun. It's unlucky timing as we are right at 1 minute 30 seconds.
1 minute and 30, and already so much time has been wasted at half a round without a single kill. And so much utility already completely used up. So Napier still holding his position up at the skylight, and a quick probably C4 will probably end the man's life. As it stands, Baby Pig has a very nice angle onto Kicked and will be able to have some good knowledge. There's the drop downs as well. Told you he gets a pick up onto Napier as well as Warband to go down, as now only Red Sun is the only one that did manage to retaliate. And for now, Script's position seeming to be very much powerful, as they did manage to do exactly just as I mentioned, lock the site down.
Oh, it's going to be tight. Baby Pig takes some damage from the dock of Kick. Oh, he nails the head though. That is going to put things into a 3v3 as we head into the final 30 seconds of this round. Kirisaku has gotten one wall open. Oh, the flashbang goes out. Red Sun takes down Tolji, and the visual is fully flashed and finished off. Swinging into Frieza. Doesn't need to do anything as Baby Pig is standing tall and proud. Corvo goes down, and I don't think this setup worked at all, and the operator lineup, don't think it worked from Script. This could well be a 7-1, and we flashed the scoreboard up very, very quickly, but I think there was someone on 0 from Script.
That would be quite unfortunate if that's the case, but I do have to say that they had a good idea, just like before yesterday when we saw 200 degrees versus Q Confirm. Good idea. Unfortunately bad execution of that idea, which ends up bringing us to a 6-1 scoreline so far, and potentially seeing the last round to be played out. Kitchen service and cooking will be the choice for Script, bringing in a castle on a 6th pick, as well as that Napier to bring in a Monty instead of a Zafir, which, well, no, make it Capitao actually.
Yeah.
As the Capitao choice would also be quite powerful, as he will be able to deny quite some good area as well for the defenders to allow the attacking operators to push in.
Now the first floor defense will need to be absolutely nailed down by Script, as they'll need to nail down the next 4 defenses if it comes to that. But right now Script are looking in a very, very tight spot. The plan for them will be to perhaps play a bit more aggressive in the sense that you don't allow Xavier that much of room. Because what happened just now on the third floor bomb site, they just gave Xavier Esports a lot of control, even though they got 2 picks. That just allowed Xavier right back into the game. If they capitalize on those picks, such as, you know, pushing more aggressively and holding more forward positions, maybe that will work out for them. It's not always intuitive because, you know, we have talked about teams needing to reduce the aggression, but sometimes it needs to be the reverse, and Napier just gets his drone saved essentially by having it shot out instead of the pest.
That is true. Rather giving the ability to gather information, much rather have it shot out. But Ray's position here might be powerful if he plays his cards right. He's already drawn down, and I don't think he actually realized it just yet, but knowing that his position has now been revealed, he will need to pray that there won't be a complete spam of those concussive grenades as well as the flashbangs. There's the asphyxiation bolt. Pardon, the firebolt now. As that will completely out Maestro's position. Pardon.
Oh, that's another great shot coming out. Baby Pig, he's taken down Corvo. He's turning up so hard on this match right now, and this is looking all over. One evil eye gets disabled, the other one is waiting to be disabled, and there you go, the EMP goes out. He's gonna get shot right away. What can these 3 members of Script do? Sunan is up on the roam, but he's having no effect on this round as they're knocking on the door of the Execute Xavier Esports. Sunan needs to return, and he needs to return with a big impact right away. Oh,
yeah, right now Warbark already to claim a kill onto Toji. Things are looking very much grim right now for Script.
Hit though, he does answer back with 1, and Sudan coming back on the flank. He can't do anything, misses his shots, and Xavier Esports absolutely clobber Script across these 2 maps. 7-2 in the first one, a 7-1 in this, in the map pick of Script, using bans that were pretty much stock standard for these 2 teams. Incredible stuff, I would have to say.
Incredible indeed. Just, I'm absolutely amazed how swift that execution
Sunan,
was. More so.
He was on 0 kills before this.
Oh, that is unfortunate. But yeah, more so the fact that we did talk about the fact that, hey, there's going to be a complete turnaround. Script can maybe pull out some plays, but no, Xavier just decided we're going to close this out really quickly. We don't want to give any second chances, and that's exactly what they've done. So congratulations to Xavier Esports to actually claim the 6 points for themselves as well.
Yeah, indeed. These guys are looking so good to make a run for first place. Probably, I think second is certainly in the bag after what we have seen from Q Confirm yesterday and what we saw from Airwolf and what we're seeing from these 2 teams. I would say we have seen all of our really top 4 contenders play all the games so far. And, well, the choice now is going to be very hard if you're going to be making predictions over which team is going to go in which position to the APAC finals, because Airwolf are now, you know, Giants Gaming, as they have just been picked up while we started this playday. Giants Gaming, they're not guaranteed the first spot despite being the APAC champions, you know. Online is a bit of a different story than offline, and there's been a roster change for them as well.
Yeah, well, for now though, this is the ending of the first half of the playday number 2 for us here, with Xavier, like we said, taking a very nice quick win, I believe. But we do have one more matchup as well to come around. I believe that is Lissay Esports versus Valor Esports, which I think we did mention it quite briefly at the beginning of the broadcast. It's also going to be quite a bit of a barn burner, I reckon.
Yeah, indeed. 2 other teams that are very, very closely packed with each other, just as these 2 were supposed to be, but, well, Script just don't look like they have what it takes to fight Xavier Esports. Xavier Esports wanting to shoot right to the top. The organization with its old roster has always been on top of Southeast Asia. Can they do it again this season? I'm sure Giants Gaming will have something to say about that. Script, they tried to say something, and, you know,
It ended
the
up being a
manhan-
whisper.
Yeah, no, this script manhandled them, kidnapped them, and just duct taped their mouth and like, quiet. You know,
Yeah.
we
That's
are
true.
going to the APAC finals, and early days, but I'm confident in this prediction that these are the two
Alright.
teams. So, what do you think, Cthulhu?
I mean, I reckon Xavier definitely has a very good chance of making it to APAC finals once again. On the side of Airwolf, they already proved us that they can play very, very well. Well, not Airwolf anymore, but nonetheless, the boys are able to pull off some nutty plays. But for now, let's quickly take a quick peek at all of those highlights that we just witnessed, and we're going to be back with yet another set of games. Just a short break.
The mystery of you, journey to the end of time. We walk the way of truth, live this life forever shine. The mystery of you, journey to the the mystery of you, journey to the The mystery of you, journey to the end of time. We walk the way of truth, live this life forever shine. The mystery of you, journey to the end of time. We walk the way of truth, live this life forever shine. The mystery of you.
12 rounds, ding ding. Sick and tired of the whole damn thing, yeah. Stick a move in the ring. You can hit me with the words you fling. You're never gonna keep me down. You're never gonna keep me down. No, no, no. You're never gonna keep me down. You're never gonna keep me down. No, no, no. Be lucky if I stick around. Maybe foolish, but I ain't a clown. No, no, no. You're never gonna keep me down. You're never gonna keep me down. No, 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 no. Got the belt like a king, heavyweight champion of the whole damn thing, yo. Full of gas, full of spin, Jekyll and Hyde, you're the evil twin. You're never gonna keep me down. You're never gonna keep me down. No, no, no. You're never gonna keep me down. You're never gonna keep me down. No, you're never gonna. You're never gonna keep me down. You're never gonna keep me down. No, no, no. You're never gonna keep me down. You're never gonna keep me down. No, no, no. Be lucky if I stick around. Maybe foolish, but I ain't a clown. No, no, no. You're never gonna keep me down. You're never gonna keep me down. No, 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 no.
and welcome back everybody to day 2 of the Southeast Asian Pro League. My name is Shikhar Infian Ewok Gupta and I'm joined by the one and only Konstantin Cthulhu Nuridzanyan. How does it feel, Cthulhu?
Feeling pretty good, honestly. The way how so far all the matchups been forming up, things are looking quite promising for all of the teams participating in Pro League, and as well as just Southeast Asian region in general. We just witnessed Xavier beat Script in a very, very convincing manner, 7-2, 7-1, and definitely are going to be one of those teams that will be contesting for that top 2 spot very, very firmly. But for now, we do have the matchup of Valor Esports versus Lasay Esports. The two teams that are kind of on just about a similar position. Valor itself has been within the Southeast Asian region pretty much for a fair while and had a bit of a...
They've had a good time.
Yeah, had a
least.
bit of a good time, yeah.
Yeah, Lasay though have had a much better time. They came into the Pro League last seasons of Ixis, Mizo, Lonely, Sinritnov, and Ganjo. They're going to be going up against a team that is expected to be very closely at their level. So let's see whether they can match up. Valor Esports, they have been in the scene, as you said, for a long time, since Season 7 in fact. But this is the first time that they're going to be playing in the Pro League. I think they qualified, in fact, in Season 7, but they couldn't play due to whatever reason. So Maze, Skitter, Border Tech, JD, and Panday.
Yeah, all of those names are fairly known within the community, so it's a good time right now for Valor to get back into Pro League and finally get into it. And like you said, it's definitely going to be a close of a matchup. Both of those teams are expected to be around kind of midway through the ladder, and like you said, Lasay did make quite a few statements within previous season, did manage to qualify for Season 10 and stayed within it, and had a fair few runs in before. A fair few players that are within Lasay were also and a fair few other teams. But for now, let's take a look at the map bans for the map number 1 within this matchup. So Clubhouse and Border will be straight away by default taken out. I'm curious what will be the actual bans by those teams.
So Villa and Bank being removed from play right away. Valor not interested in going to that map, and Lasay not confident in their Bank or not confident in facing Valor on the Bank. We're not too sure, but we'll know soon as the season shapes up. And it's going to be a Coastline and Consulate ban to leave us with Cafe yet again. So we've already seen one very dominating Cafe
Double
game.
Cafe!
Well, at least it's by different teams today, you know. Yesterday was... God, guys, if you guys just...
Ewok, imagine.
Yeah.
Triple Cafe.
No, please. No, I don't. No, that will kill me. I don't want to repeat. I don't like this new map Vito style. I'll just say it, because you get to repeat maps in the same series, which is technically more competitively fair, but it does make for a dull viewing affair.
Well, on a fair few times we might be able to get a fair few of those bankers repeated, but yeah, I do have to agree, it does get a little bit stale on a fair few occasions, but this is the Pro League and a whole lot of things can happen. But Cafe Choice definitely should be a interesting map, just for the sheer fact that how many ways it allows to approach a fair few sites and how many ways you can defend those sites, as well as we saw both within the ANZ Pro League, Global Pro League, as well as Southeast Asia already as well.
Now, we saw some very strong defenses from Xavier Esports just now. They won 5 of them, and then after they switched around and won 2 of their attacks. 2 attacks they took, 2 attacks they needed, and they won the map 7-1 against Script Esports. So those guys stake their claim to being one of the top teams in the region. The question is, how will Valor, our Season 10 Challenger League champions for Southeast Asia, how are these guys going to do against a team that has been in the Pro League for a while? And what are these guys, you know, they've been in the Pro League for a while. They haven't been the best team, of course, you know, they finished 6th, but they have experience playing against very, very strong teams. So Valor needs to bring out their A game right away. And yesterday, we saw some good stuff from Challenger League teams.
Well, we saw a fair few of those storylines when the team busts out of Challenger League, goes in guns blazing, and actually ends up taking one of the top spots. So with Valor, I'm not excluding that chance, as like you said, they are the champions of the Season 10 Challenger League, so they might just be able to show some good siege to us against, let's say, Esports. Whereas on the side of, let's say, they have been always one of those teams that they kind of out there, but they can't just reach it just yet, those top spots. So curious how will this matchup form up for us, but for now it is Cafe Dostoyevsky and Valor, I believe, are on defense.
Right, you are. Valor on defense, therefore they are going to be getting this first ban over here. And strap in, boys. Hopefully this is going to be a good one. I certainly expect it to be. What is going to be the first ban? Is it going to be a Thatcher like I had predicted just now? It's a common ban for Southeast Asian teams, and Valor Esports, obviously from Singapore, I think largely. They're going to go for the Hard Breacher ban, Thermite ban. Very interesting choice, and it's something new.
Yeah, with Thermite being banned out, this will definitely make it so that the attack will need to be very much wary about how they're going to use their breaching tools, because at this point you're left with either Maverick or Hibana, and both of those operators, they have quite a limited amount of utility to make the walkable or crouchable holes. Jackal to be banned out as a secondary operator will be ensuring that the roam game will be on the top level for both of those teams. On the side of defense, I would imagine either Maestro or Echo and then a Mira to finish things up for the ban phase. What do you reckon?
I think you are probably right. It's a very standard ban unless we see something like, I don't know, maybe a visual ban or a pulse ban or Valkyrie ban. Those are a bit further out of left field, but one of your predictions is right, of course. Echo off the board. Likely to see the second one be a Mira as well, though I would say that Mira is not that strong on this map, and perhaps if you have some homework done on your opponents, you may be able to counterban them. And yep, there we go with some Mozzie. Okay. I like this. Okay, we haven't seen too many Mozzie bans, but he's a strong operator. He has a great gun. He has a sidearm shotgun, alright? It's very powerful as well. He has a C4, and he can capture drones and deny information and get the information for himself.
Yeah, the gathering information part is definitely very much viable right here for Mozzie as well. So I'm definitely keen to see how this will work out for Valor Esports as well as LeSay, really, because I believe it was Valor's ban, so definitely they might be knowing at least something about LeSay Esports.
Yeah, perhaps they just don't play Mozzie enough, and through the scrims they realize that LeSay do. Maybe it's a target ban for one of the players. Maybe it's just something they don't want fighting, you know. They don't want like a mute plus Mozzie combo as we saw just now Xavier implementing.
Yeah, it could definitely be that. Mozzie in conjunction with mute definitely is a very strong combination and can be very difficult as well to deal with. So in that regard, I definitely will have to agree with you, Ewok. That, especially when the drone economy is very crucial on this level of play, losing even one or two drones or even forfeiting them into control of the defending team is almost, to a certain point, can be pretty much a make it or break it kind of situation.
Now, Panday, this is first time in the Pro League, first time for all of these guys. Skitter, especially, he is very, very new. I think, sorry, Bordertech has played in the Pro League before, so I think he's the only one with Pro League level experience. Skitter, he just turned 18, so he has not been on Valor for too long, and now he's been thrown into the top league. Let's see what he can come up with. We have seen him, if you remember, a couple of times here and there, and if you play a lot of high-level rank, you have seen him there as well. Question is, how much can that ranked translate into Pro League level play? If Q-Confirm is anything to go by in the past few seasons, it can take you to the APAC finals, so...
Yeah, I mean, I was just about to mention the Q-Confirm and, well, the old Xavier roster. But yeah, it definitely seemed to have brought some good results, but as it stands, really, I don't think ranked is as much of a
Ooh,
big experience
Pandy
thing, but
makes a mistake. Avixis cuts him down, headshot right onto him. There was even a firebolt to follow up. That Goyo shield decision hasn't really worked out, not quite worked out. The angles perhaps are just straying a bit too far outside of the safe zone.
yeah, Goyo kept on kind of jittering around and trying to figure out where does he want to go, but as it stands,
Oh!
a bit unfortunate. Ooh!
That's two dropped on the
Hello.
floor. Syndra, Nov, and Lonely. Are they going to be able to finish this? Avixis has finished off Skitter. Oh no, these are all falling to pieces. And Maze, he gets 2. And I think, well, Lonely, yeah, he's still on the floor. So Maze is on very low HP. So this is effectively a 2 versus 3 unless Avixis can drop down and safely make this revive happen. Ganju, he's on the rappel here on the east side. Might be getting inquisitive onto White Stairs. Border Tech has pieced on out of there. Maybe he's gonna go for a jump out.
Could have worked. Could go for a jump out, as I believe the doorway is actually opened up for him to go back through. So might be able to make it work. But as it stands, Ganjo will need to get back up on the roof. The down sledge did get a pickup, so it's back onto being a 3v3. But as it stands, time is not really going in favor of Lisey right now.
I think you're definitely right. Maze over here, he's got a very nice punch hole. It's gonna be fairly visible, but the thing is, at this stage, with 30 seconds left to go, as you've currently noted, time is very, very valuable, and I don't think they're gonna be droning too carefully as they're going all the way to the top hatches. I think they're gonna be looking to go to new hatch and just dropping straight through, perhaps even through the skylight in the cover of any concussion mines that are left. Perhaps no. Zofia is just gonna get cut down, and the skylight drop does come out. Border Tech has taken the Ganjo. JD takes down Avixis, so it's all up to Lonely. He's gonna peek around. He's not gonna find this shot initially, and he's gonna run out of time. Valor Esports coming out swinging, taking the first round in the Pro League.
A very good beginning for Valor, honestly. Managing to drain the time and still have some good prep, even for most of those firefights. Definitely worked out pretty well. Definitely a big props to Maze as well for making the big play and baiting in the drop down of a third player. That was, I believe, the Capitao. So, all in all, working out pretty well and a pretty decent start. But it's only round number 1, so plenty of rounds for us to see, and plenty of times Lisey can make a comeback here.
Now, the problematic thing I would say for Lisey here is that they just got a bit panicked, perhaps, and tried to rush in to deny that player who has taken 2 of their players down already. The fact that 2 were down is a bit concerning as well, but probably just early game jitters because these guys have experience, and I expect them to be striking back as they now attack onto the first floor website.
Yeah, we usually see kitchen and cooking to be picked as a secondary or even tertiary side, but this time Valor pretty much seeming to be confident about going straight away to the ground floor and seeing how they can play it out. The beauty of the kitchen and cooking is the fact that you can have so much vertical presence and be able to dish out so much damage that pretty much you can play it almost similar to how you can play ventilation room and workshop on water while having the full control of the armory and archives.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. Now let's see what Lisey can make of this. You know, Lonely. Oh, okay. I thought he was gonna open up Garage. So, one thing that Devmana was talking about yesterday on the ANZ stream, he likes and he thinks that opening up Garage is very important. And you know, he has got a point. It can give you a nice little sightline, a little bit of control, but it doesn't always
I don't think
work
it's
out.
as crucial.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
highly doubt it, honestly.
I don't think it's super crucial. He has a point, but like, you know, as we saw just now, in fact, between Script and Xavier, you get the control, but you're funneling into a long hallway with many angles left and right, so it's not the best place to be. So we'd rather take the top floor clear, and then the second floor clear, and then move down to the first floor, or just pushing through Bakery.
Yeah, the only thing that opening up Garage really gives you is the fact that you don't have to funnel through the doorway and you will have a bit more of a clearer sightline, but that is just about it. Unfortunately, for the proper take of the ground floor, especially that hallway from the garage, is, like you said, take the top floor and then work your way from there. You have already now 2 staircases rather than 1, all intersecting between each other. So that's the place where you need to really make the play rather than spending utility on opening up the garage.
Now, lots of utility being used. Nomad, finally we're getting to see her played tonight. We didn't see much of her yesterday as well. Oh, that's a very nice breaching charge, and he's going to take down Skitter as he tried to contest this with no cover whatsoever. SMG-11 missing the shots as well, but the Nomad doesn't miss, and a big component of this defense has been removed. Question is, what can the rest of Valor do? They need to get a bit aggressive. They need to get this man count advantage back into a 4v4.
Yeah, they need to get the advantage back into their to swing it back into them. But utility-wise, they have lost a massive operator. That is Smoke, and right now that is the plan denial. Well, mostly gone, minus the fact that Maestro is still in the game. But comparative to how impactful Smoke can be, it's definitely going to be a bit more minuscule.
Ooh.
Maze to kick things off, and there's a nice shot
Ow.
onto Toes. Oh, unfortunately, won't be claiming Mizu the kill. But as it stands, Valor did manage to equal things up a little bit, at least man count wise.
I thought that was the kill right there onto Maze, but he somehow survives. Panday on low HP as well. Let's say they are on high HP, but they're running out of time. They only have 15 seconds to work with right now, as they're gonna start some pre-fires. Mizu is still holding up from up top, and he's gonna cut one. No, it's gonna be defenders cutting down. Panday takes down Sinranov, and one more lying prone in the middle of the hallway is JD. And Avixis, he trades one back onto Maze, but he can't start getting the plant down. Just fumbles his key, it seems, but unlikely they would have gotten it anyway.
Yeah, very nice job by Valor once again, draining the time as long as possible by Lisey, and a bit of an unfortunate misplay by Lisey as well, as they kept on trying to find those poke points against Valor, and seeming to be completely missing them or just unable to find them really.
Yeah, a bit of a tense situation starting to form for Lisey Esports. They are not looking like a pro league team that is supposed to be giving good fight to Valor. They are running out of time far too easily right now on both these rounds, and then when push comes to shove, they might get 1 or 2 picks, but it's usually not enough, and that's the way that Siege works. As an attacker, you need to be very, very conscious of how much time is left on the clock. You need to structure your rounds very, very well, almost down to the millisecond really. You need to know who you want at which stage, at which position.
That is actually very true, and that is exactly what Lisey has been missing out. But for now, round number 3, we are back to the wait, pardon, I was just about to say to the top floor, but it is a reading and dining defense, with Valor's spicing up the play with some defense upstairs and making sure that they will have full control of that bar drop down. Which, with that said, definitely going to be helping Valor keeping their position quite substantially, because yes, you can play dining and reading on the same floor, but you're forfeiting so much of that meaningful ground that it pretty much makes no sense forfeiting it that easily to the attacking side, as you will pretty much be hunted down and left with barely any room to play against.
Now, oh, this is a very nice angle from Lonely, but he's gonna get shut down because the defenders just run away at the opportune moment, and he didn't have line of sight onto them. He's just pre-firing blindly, and that's an easy collection for that defender. I think that was JD with the mirror.
Yeah, that was
effect.
JD, yeah.
Yeah.
Fantastic play by JD, actually making sure that Ash won't be getting any traction early into the round, and making sure that she will be will be kept at bay. For now, it is an early pick though, and Lisey losing one of the big aggressors is definitely going to be a bit of an issue here.
Yeah, it definitely is going to be. Time is ticking away. Border Tech seems to be down. Maze is on very, very low HP, as you said. But I think they're going to be able to revive Border Tech, if I'm not wrong. No, he's looking like he's still standing, so Oh, I can't even see that.
Bordertech
he's
is down.
Yeah, he's down. Okay, well.
Oh, there it is. There's
I
the
thought
head.
you were just lying prone, and I was like, oh, well, my eyes are deceiving me.
Vix is getting a little bit angsty about that angle because he wants to get that grab, get that kill, and he wants to get it in. There it is. Finally, it will be Ganjo to finish things off. But
Ooh.
Skitter nearly missing the shot, but it will be a C4 to kick things off onto Sin, as the Vixes will be taking care of Mason or Panday to trade out Ganjo. But with all of that, it is a 1v2 situation.
Yeah, and the site is on the second floor, so now he needs to follow Hibana down back as fast as he can, and there is a vertical angle made for him, and he's gonna tag up one. Mizu is on very low HP. He's gonna run away successfully, and the plant is successful. So now the Hibana trying to get some drone information on him, and Panday will need to drop back. All the drones that were active have been shut down. What can Panday do? We have seen clutches from this position many a times, and he's gonna down Mizu, so that is that one half of this clutch secured. Can he get the second half of Vixis? He can't track him perfectly, but eventually lands a shot. And Panday goes down. Lasay finally answer back with a round of their own, and it was a decent round, all things considered.
All things considered, like you said, yeah, definitely much better execution comparative to what we saw from Lasay before. Grabbing themselves a point, making the deficit only being a single point here. Maybe this is a start for their comeback, or maybe it's just one of those setbacks that Valor did not really expect. And while it will be a bar and cocktail lounge to be picked for the 4th round of defense by Valor Esports, and looking at the overall setup, it doesn't really change as much, minus the fact that Panday is now going to return back to Goyo for the top floor defense, as last time we saw him play on that site definitely was not the best turn of events.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. They're gonna have to do something better. Panday needs to bring something better with that Goyo. We're gonna have to see, really. Hard to say. We have only seen 3 rounds of these two teams. One of these teams we haven't seen before at all. Let's talk a bit about them. They haven't really brought about the improvement that we were expecting from a team that's already spent 1 season in the Pro League. Of course, Valor are a good team themselves, but Lasay had some pretty good results last season, and they looked quite competitive, even though eventually it didn't quite work out. So the question is, when are Lasay going to show us all that experience being built up?
Well, now all the reinforcements are still being placed down even after the prep phase has finished. No more experimental Goyo positioning, at least just yet. It will be those Skitter playing on the very same position where Panday ended up going down. Hopefully this time for the smoke player, this will be a bit more eventful comparative to what his teammate ended up getting for himself. But for now, let's say taking once again control of the floor, of the roof, and starting to open up those hatches just to make sure that they're gonna have as much of the ability to cut off their rotations as possible. Whereas Lonely is just joining up ahead, preparing and making sure that he will have a very clear tide to push up.
Now both hatches are opened over here. Mizu might send down a frag grenade very, very soon to take out this annoying Goyo and his shield as well. The EMPs are gonna go out. They're gonna take down any ADSs, preventing that from happening. Might even see a concussion perhaps to follow up. Ash is gonna be pushing up red stairs as we hit a bit of a snag in the stream, but it's back. It's working fine. Lonely is pushing down, and we are taking down the time. Ganjo gets the first kill. Bordertech is the one to fall. So this time it is the castle. And Lonely. Oh, he's gonna find the Goyo as well. Sorry, it's the smoke. Sorry, he was playing in this position. Panday is still alive as we take down to 130 on the dot. Mizu. Everyone on Lasay looking very punchy. This is what I was expecting from Lasay so far, and this is what it's showing us in this round.
And with Panda already managing to dislodge to take out Lonely. It's only up to him to try to clutch this back. But
Oh.
let's say are unstoppable here.
Yeah,
Will be
this
completely
certainly-
outing.
Certainly looking unstoppable. Ganjo, he takes JD, and Panda, he can't get a second kill after the C4. A very, very strong round, nearly flawless from them.
Yeah, near flawless round. Definitely seeming to be working out quite well. And it seems that let's say are back on the rise. That Pro League experience and knowledge is finally kicking in after two quite upsetting rounds where they ended up running out of time and unable to gain any traction. Finally, they do seem to be finding themselves back in the driver's seat, which will be seeing us move on to kitchen service and cooking from Valor on the second to last round of their defense.
Now, Panday, he's falling off that Goyo. He's going over to the mute this time around. I don't think it's an operator that's really working out for him. I think it's probably a wise choice.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Indeed, it will be, but we'll see how much of a wise choice this will be this time. Maze back on the Jaeger will continue to attempt to try to go for an aggressive roam and try to dislodge the overall
Bomb located by
playstyle of, let's say, esports. And as it stands, the rest of the lineup will be setting up a pretty much of a anchor position for each one of them, and having a bit more of that info gathering with those goo mines as well as the Maestro cameras that should gather enough of the information right before they're going to be taken away.
Now,
attackers' objective.
JD looking for drones, not going to find any. Valor are going to be holding firm on this first floor bomb site. Previously, it was a very nice hold from them. They bled away the time for Lasay, even though they did lose the second floor control. And eventually, they were able to just hold on. It was a 4v2, I think, at the end. Time just ran out. The Hibana Vixas had the diffuser, couldn't quite start putting it down.
Well, while the Hibana is starting to open up the floor, it is JD that is playing in the bar and might just be able to find some luck against Lonely here. Playing on Ash as that firefight is coming up right away. Panda is there close by in the code check just to make sure to have some sort of extra support, but as it stands, Lonely seeming to be a bit cautious about where does he want to push, and will end up just attempting to rendezvous with his teammates.
Panda is going to be receiving this slash of Lonely? No, he's going to go over to the other side, pop open the window, a quick pre-fire to make sure that no one's there, no one's going to aggress onto him. As Mizu, he starts getting to work on the floor. This is very, very important. He's going to find one ADS and he's going to take it down. That is that position made a lot easier to take. Contention coming out from the defenders. Mizu pieces out of there. Smartly done. A lot of work still needed to be done upon opening the floor. If he falls after doing all that soft destruction, it's a loss, but not too much, because that top floor control is very important. But Maze gets the first kill onto Lonely, and a second one as well. That is going to be Skitter collecting that kill, and it's third for Skitter. Well, second for Skitter and third in the round for his team. Diffuser stuck here inside of Bakery. Smoke grenade goes on to cover his push, and Valor just turned this right around. Even though they've lost second floor control, it's a flawless round from Valor Esports right there and then. Maze puts the cap on things, and let's say they were looking decent, but Valor just pulled it out of the bag.
I think this is safe. It is safe to say that this will be a very close of a matchup between these two teams. We're seeing a continuous trade of the rounds, trade of the plays, and so far I wouldn't be surprised if we'll be seeing something across the lines of a draw, at least for the first map. But for now, it is a bar in the cocktail lounge for the final defense here. JD to 6-pick off a mirror onto a Maestro, whereas Lonely contemplating the life choices whether it was a good idea to grab that 6-pick, but he will be actually swapping around to the IQ rather than Ash.
IQ might just work out perhaps a bit better, I guess, because she has some utility, she has an ACOG on the gun. Not too sure that was the problem though, because let's say as a whole on that take really looked very, very shaky. Just didn't know what was happening, didn't know the positions of the Valor members, and Valor exploited that to full effect.
Well, let's see if they will be able to explore that within this round, as potentially the choice to bring IQ could potentially work out, just to make sure that they will be able to get rid of the ADSs as well as
5 seconds to go.
a few other electronics, including maybe even Smoke, or anyone that is actually sitting on their cameras will be pretty much annihilated by IQ if she manages to position herself right under them.
JD still making some setup happen. Yesterday we saw a couple of rushes from Team 1122 against Airwolf, now Giants Gaming, and they nearly caught Airwolf with their pants down the second time around as well, because he didn't really seem to be perfectly executed. Lunamental still, he got a 3k, so that's what happens when your setup is not perfect. In the preparation phase, you can sometimes get away with continuing your prep into the action phase, but it becomes very, very risky after that. Castle barricades though, perhaps reducing the risk of that by a fair bit.
Indeed it will. Lonely trying to get a few pre-fires right before he starts getting a little bit wary about the fact that he might just get pushed by those plays. And nice Claymore by Lonely will be actually ending Panday's run just as he runs out.
Yeah, it's a good jump out, to be fair. Taking out the IQ, Lonely is a very good player, but I think Panday maybe would have been better served staying on the site. But, you know, potato, who knows until the round is over. 1 minute 30 left in this. Border Tech trying to fight a pixel angle together with the deployable shield. Maze with the punch hole yet again. We saw him use this to great success in that first round where 3 people got down on the red hatch drop. Skitter on very low HP, not sure he's going to be able to achieve that yet again as the wall gets opened up.
And with wall now opening up and a fair few sidelines as well, this should allow the attackers to get rid of Maze and finally put the advantage into their favor. But it won't be the case. It is Maze that will be actually taking care of Sin, and now it is a 3v4 situation. Hibana is struggling to get in through her openings. This is now Maze is gonna have a little moment of peace and some safe spot for potentially starting to grab some of the damage.
Skitter still sitting in the pixel spot. The Vixes can't really push that with safety as we tick down to 30 seconds. Ganjo though makes it a lot easier. Oh, but the Vixes push is ill-advised. Maze takes him down, but he immediately traded back by Mizu. So it's him and Ganjo. They seem to have full control of the site, actually. They have forced the defenders out, but Skitter still has some smoke grenades that he might be able to use to deny. JD still has evil eyes and his Alder. As the plant starts to come down, do they have information on this? Or is Mizu going to get it? He's actually going to get it. So now it's a post-plant retake scenario for the Valor players. And Mizu nails a headshot onto JD. He takes a lot of damage in return. So it's him, low HP. And he's going to get the clutch. Excellently done, Valor. Playing it a bit too safe. And they're going to pay the price for it.
What a round. Honestly. Round number 7 now going to see us swap around the sides, with Lasay claiming back the round for themselves, and now we are seeing a 3 apiece for both of those teams. Curious, how will Valor play out their attack, as we've seen a fair few times when the team has quite a good attack but occasionally falls through with the defense. So maybe this time Valor could make a comeback here, maybe bring the fire all the way, but same could go for Lasay. They did manage to, whenever they did win, it was a very confident win, nearly flawless. So maybe we'll be seeing a complete turnaround and just Lasay clawing their victory out of the hands of Valor with a scoreline, say 7-4, 7-3 even.
I think that's definitely possible. The general consensus is, of course, that this is a defender-sided map, and if Valor could only get 3 rounds, and this is a bit more of a strong defense from LeSay, then we could see, as you said, LeSay just pulling all the tricks out from the bag and running away with the win, or maybe a draw.
5 seconds remaining.
Now, who knows? They'll find that out somewhat soon, in a matter of a few rounds. Mizu, though, for now, on the hunt, trying to figure out where the main push will be happening, and has already spotted one of the attackers at the very least with a pulse scanner. We'll be knowing exactly where it could be the breach happening. Oh, a bit of a mistimed play. We'll be now leaving Valor double checking and questioning the position of that pulse.
Yeah, it's a good idea from Mizu, and he really excels at that kind of stuff, but he's right now getting pressured from multiple angles. They don't exactly know where he is, so he just needs to avoid being an unfortunate accidental casualty for his team, and he'll be just fine. Playing here on the second floor is also Ganjo, so that is going to allow C4s to be thrown up. That could be very, very vital, because Valor right now, not sure how interested they are in clearing that second floor, or how much knowledge they have of that second floor hold.
Yeah, Valor's knowledge at the moment is a little bit lacking on the positioning of where LeSay players are. That said, LeSay are actually expanding on literally the whole building of Cafe, so ensuring that they're going to have all the grounds covered, and the moment there's going to be danger coming around, at least if one of the players will go down, at least they will know where that danger might be coming from. So, as it stands, good coverage, already half a round completely gone without much of an advancement, minus the fact that Maze finally managed to make his way into Cigar Lounge. Apart from that, really, Valor are seeming to be struggling on finding the ground.
Mizu, he's going to try and get some information now. The C4s are going to start to come into play. Is he going to send one up? He's thinking about it. He wants his teammate. Oh, no, there's one pushing him. Ganjo. He's going to fall, and Panday collects that kill. Now the second floor room clear comes out, and oh, what a flick from Mizu. He's going to take down one, runs out of bullets, can't get the second. Panday collects both. Second one with the bearing 9. Not too much time lost. They did lose the gridlock. That's going to be a bit of a loss, but not too bad. The Evil Eye from far away trying to damage all the Valor players. It's going to be somewhat successful, but not too much.
Main thing right now is the fact that the Evil Eye is managing to destroy a whole bunch of those X-Kairos pellets, which would disallow, let's say, to go in, Valor for the breach. So 3 versus 3 right now with 15 seconds left to go. Panday trying to find a kill, but it is Skitter that will get the frag, and not until Lonely trades him out. It is a 2v2 situation. The nice hold right now by LeSay. It is a 1v1 situation. Panday might just be able to clutch this up. 1v1 situation, and then within a second remaining, Lonely is the one to clutch this up.
Panday has been really stepping it up in this match so far, but unfortunately he can't fight everyone. Almost got a 4K right there, just ran out of time. So similar time pressure coming in to haunt Valor as it did for LeSay initially. And LeSay, honestly, not bad around, not fantastic as well. The fact that there were some missed shots from the Pulse just now of Mizu was somewhat concerning, and Ganjo just choosing to lie prone over there. Not sure why, but it worked out in the end. His team still got the win.
Yeah, with a few positioning and just the play from a few of the Romans, it definitely did leave a few questions and eyebrows raised. But as an whole, LeSay did a fantastic job at delaying as much time as they could have possibly done, and only allowing Valor to really enter the site just around a 15-second mark, really. So nicely done by them. They are in the lead at only 1 point though for now, but they will need to keep on emphasizing on and on from here on out.
I think it's going to work out for LeSay, let's be honest. They are looking a lot more confident, you know, just in the way that they're moving. Their plan was great just now, and
10 seconds
this setup, Mizu bringing the pulse again, I think is very, very good. Intel is really the name of the game in Siege, and let's say kind of looked like they weren't having enough intelligence just now on their attacks. Now on defense, they're going to be able to collect a lot of it. No more Maestro this time around, but the pulse should still be just enough.
Yeah, both should suffice for the info gathering here, as well as that they would have Legion goo mines to know if they are spread pretty far around the site. They would know where could the push be happening, or at least where one of the operators could be, as well as that some extra passive damage never really hurt anyone. So, well, apart from the ones that actually stand on those goo mines. But apart from that, Valor will need to be extra cautious about how they're going to approach, because right now they keep on being caught out on some of the smallest mistakes, and the inability to have a very efficient drone and roam hunt is definitely hurting quite severely.
Time is ticking away, not, as you said, not too much gained by Valor, but they have third floor control. Ganjo is going to try fight this on the prone. He does some damage, but he falls eventually as he tries to bite off more than he can chew. But Lonely, he's gonna triple! Oh goodness, I wish we had caught that. And there's 3 in the round, just turned it on its head. And he's gonna maybe even collect 1 or 2 more. He's waiting for Mizu to come help him out. He's gonna look for a run out. Yes, he is. He's gonna go in, and Mizu collects Skitter as the Jaeger runs away, and it's all fallen to pieces for Valor. Let's say looking so good, so aggressive, so perfect on this round. JD, the only member left standing, is gonna go down, perhaps looking for the Jaeger as some form of revenge. Drone goes out, the peek comes in, it's a perfect bait, but he still needs to find 3 more. We saw a 1v3 clutch just now from Red Sun. Can JD do it on the gridlock?
Well, could very much do it if he keeps on playing it out, but he won't, as let's say will be the ones to claim that round. And that was, I have to say, that was a fantastic play by Maze, as well as, was it Maze?
Mizu.
Yeah, Mizu. No, that was
oh, sorry, Lonely was the Jaeger. Mizu
Lonely
came
was
in
the
to
Jaeger, sorry.
assist with,
Yeah,
with
I
the
keep-
pulse later. But
Yeah, I keep misplacing. Yeah, it was yeah, Lonely and Mizu. Some fantastic coordination between the two of them.
it was a really good, yeah, as you said, really good coordination, because Lonely, he realized, like, right, I am in a tight spot, and I've gotten 3 kills. I don't need to try and kill 1 more or 2 more, because these guys have the numbers advantage, they have position advantage, and they're pushing me, so I have a member close by, let's just get him to help, and he gets away free, and Mizu, in the middle of the distraction, he gets a kill. So
Protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
really beautifully played from them, and Valor, they need to have a look at themselves how they ended up feeding 3 kills to 1 Jaeger.
Yeah, they definitely, that will be a very hot topic right after the map will be finished, as it certainly seems that let's say I'm not planning to stop anytime soon. 5-3 is currently the scoreline, and only 2 rounds away really for let's say to claim those 3 points, and only 1 round to at least ensure a draw for themselves. So for now, for Valor, they need to get back and get their heads back into the game, because they had a very decent start on the first half, but unfortunately for them, only managed to claim 3 rounds on Cafe. That is, like you mentioned before, is very much defend-decided.
Indeed, though some teams will say, yep, it's attack decided instead, and we are happy to go on attack, but generally, you are absolutely right, and most teams, and seemingly Valor as well, feel that it is defender sided. Let's say are just enjoying the fruits of the labor, having carved out a 2-round lead. This is a very nice position for a Pulse to be in at the start of the round.
Oh yes, it is. Yeah, it's definitely going to be gathering plentiful amount of information, especially on where the push could be coming from, and when is it going to be coming from as well, if his position won't be discovered early into the round.
Maze has made his way inside of Piano. There might be someone pushing him very soon, but he turns his drone away at the wrong moment, crashes into another one, and sticks into Cigar display set. Drones are being shot out. So now they know there's at least one member here. Not sure if they discovered Ganjo. They're gonna send out one flashbang. Oh, but the pinch is beautiful from Panda. He sends out flashbang, but the response from Mizu Maze goes down with Zofia off the board. Doesn't have any more C4s, but he might have a friend to help him out. At least he can feed information to Lonely.
Yeah, and Lonely already showcased that he can play out pretty well. Unfortunately for Mute, he will be missing the shots and will be going down to the hands of Panda. But as it stands, Lonely is still there and still able to play. Will be saved by his own ADS from that flashbang, and Skitter is now also on the hunt for that Jaeger. I'm pretty sure Lonely is already gone from that position very, very quickly, which does leave Valor in a bit of a peculiar position, as they have the man advantage, but so far the ground that they have taken only now might prove useful.
Yeah, indeed. Lasay are looking still very good because these guys have good positioning, and Lonely, the man, the myth, the legend, he is still up, and Mizu as well. So much information being fed, and oh, is he gonna try and make this flank happen? 40 seconds for him to do so. They're still making holes up top. Skitter over here on terrace, he might be making some distraction happen, and Mizu's gotten rid of all of those track stingers. He's gonna find that IQ, he's gonna miss a lot of his shots and fall. Oh no, that's not what is supposed to happen. But Valor Esports, after a quick response from Lonely and Sinrinov, they're gonna put the cap on things and take a round, stem the bleeding. They're still very much in this game.
Certainly do manage to bring this back. But Lasay as well, a series of very much unfortunate events for them, leading as well to a team kill amidst all of that chaos at the end of the round. It ended up resulting in them not being able to score the point just yet. Bar and Cocktail Lounge will be a return for them after what seemed to be the first loss they have taken ever since switching to the defense, but
Attackers need to locate
now let's see if they will be able to get things back in their favor rather than allowing Valor to bring back the advantage.
Let's see what happens in this round. Lasay certainly have been looking very good, just that I guess they lost their gunfights. I think if Mizu had secured that kill onto the IQ, that would have turned all of Valor's attention towards him. I'm not sure whether he would have contested. Maybe he could have just defaulted back to site, continue feeding information, whittle away the time, and that would have put Valor in a really tight spot. But it didn't, and Skitter nailed his shot. So we are in round number 10 with only a 1 round advantage for Lasay. Can they make this 2? Can they win this map?
Certainly have the potential and certainly have the ability, because so far from what we saw of Lasay's defense, it was definitely much more confident comparative to what we saw from Valor. But Valor are also here to prove that they're not just here to kind of show their faces and maybe play a little bit of that siege. They want to get those points.
Camera activated.
For now, though, it is a play, pretty much stock standard play, really, by Valor. Just make sure you get onto the top floor, maybe cause some destruction on by the windows, and then go in from there. But Lasay might have something to say about that. They do have a pulse on the ground floor that is gathering plentiful amount of information, as well as Ganjo with his Valkyrie cameras, which I'm pretty sure Blackbeard is completely unaware. Pardon, that was not a Blackbeard. That is the Ash.
Oh, Lavixis, he's gonna try and fight this, but he doesn't have the angle. Just doesn't have it. And JD, he's gonna clean up Lavixis as he tries to contest that again. Well, that's upstairs. It's a bad idea. Well.
Attackers recovered the
Well, indeed.
For the Maestro, it's like he thought, you know, he was nailing this, but unfortunately didn't. Ooh, Ganjo getting tagged up to the wall. Sends out a C4. Did he shot out? Or is he still up there?
Sure, it's still up there. He did throw it out just because
he's gonna find one.
was expecting a chase. But nice shot by Skitter as well. Mizu off the board, and it is a 3v5 now. All in favor of Valor.
Yeah, they're looking very good for it, and the smoke grenades are gonna go out. Is JD gonna attempt the plant? That's a bad idea. He just exposes himself, doesn't even clear freezes. What are you doing? Sinrenov just gets a freebie, and that might have put his team in a very good position, even though they're down on the man count. Sinrenov taking a lot of damage, and he's gonna get down as well, though. Skidder finishes off Ganja, so it's really just a 1v4 at this point. Panday is gonna lose his life. If Lonely can get this resurrection down, then he might stand a bit of a better chance. But look, he took down 3 on the 3rd floor just now. I'm sure he can do it again.
Well, he will be attempting to go in for that play again, but once
Oh.
we'll be finding the demise at the hands of Ash. Pardon, make it Maze, I believe. No, Skidder. It was Ash that was doing a fair few kills, and it was. Wait, no, I believe that is actually a trade that came in, but nonetheless, a very good effort from Valor as they now managed to draw it out back once again. Just as I was about to say that pretty much Valor lost out this map, they are pretty much proving me wrong and saying that they're still in for this whole fight to go in.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. And I think Valor have looked at the failings that they were having in the 2 attack rounds prior, and they realized, alright, this is a problem, and this is what LeSae is doing. So we need to adjust, we need to address it head on, because we cannot ignore it, we cannot compartmentalize it. And that's what they did. They went for the room clear, they killed everyone they needed to kill, they got the early picks. JD messed up, of course, by trying to plant without clearing Freezer, but fair enough, it worked out well in the end because it still gave the information, and they had the members' advantage to be okay with making that mistake.
Yeah, well, let's say we'll try to avoid making those mistakes again, as they are so close to getting themselves at least a guaranteed 1 point. But they are not just there yet, and Valor could very much run away with those points as well, comparative to LeSae at this point. Could this be done though? As Valor, if Valor do end up winning at least a map off LeSae, this could be a pretty big statement, considering that they have just managed to get out of Challenger League.
Yeah, it will be a very, very strong statement indeed, and LeSae might have to do some soul searching after that. You know, if they get the 3 points, they'll still look at this VOD and try to fix their issues, but it won't be that critical, because Valor Esports, of course, a great team either way. The fact that they have pushed a Pro League team to the 10th, or rather now 11th round, and will be pushing them all the way to the 12th as well, speaks highly to their skill level. Panday though, he has been, I think, my pick of the players across both sides.
Oh yeah, Panda has been pretty much crucial for a numerous amount of plays that was made within Valor Esports roster. But for me as well, Lonely has been a big highlight as well. The Mana has been doing quite some good work for LeSae, and definitely did manage to win a fair few rounds for his team as well.
Skidder trying to find this very elusive Valkyrie. He's gonna send a drone, and surely the drone has spotted that operator, and I think Ganja will need to peace on out again. No, he's just gonna hold position, reveal his position a bit extra with the pre-fires. Oh, those shots almost connected. He just ducked into cover at the right time and away from danger. He's gonna rotate over to the red pillar side. He's got Lonely in support this time around. So this 2nd floor room likely to be very, very pivotal. And Panday, I think, together with the Zofia of Skidder, they're gonna try and clear it. That's what happened the last time, and it was successful. They need to do it again.
But now the Maestro cameras are about to come out and start doing some minor damage to make sure that the Kairos pellets won't be doing a whole bunch of work. Apart from that, Panda is already coming up. The C4 to be utilized won't be damaging at all, but it is Maze to get rid of Lonely, the big playmaker of LeSae. Sinrendov will be... yeah. Oh wow, okay.
C4 and then the shot. There's someone on the window he knows, but Valor Esports are really in a tough spot. They really have nowhere to go. Diffuser's in a terrible spot. Mizu claims his second, and Border Tech over on Scarlet I think is better served just taking these 15 seconds as a quasi-tactical timeout. No point padding your KD really. This isn't ranked.
This is very true.
Seconds to go.
Still pads it.
Yeah, still has it, still manages to gain an exit frag, and that's it. The time will be running out as Lasei are netting themselves a match point and only one round away from netting themselves the 3 points, or rather for Valor to grab the last chance for at least a single point here. Curious
1 point.
though. Yeah, only 1 point, yeah. Will be guaranteed here.
No.
Well, not guaranteed. Will be allowed for
Yeah.
Valor and will definitely be guaranteed for Lasei.
Right?
Kitchen service and cooking, though, one of those sides that we saw a whole lot of times, both teams actually end up having a few issues attacking. So, curious how will Lasei approach the defense here, as bringing in this very lineup should allow some plentiful amount of information gathering.
If they can.
The last time they defended this, it didn't go exactly the best for Lasei. I think they're going to be ready for whatever Valor throws at them. They will have fixed their issues because Lasei have a pretty good support staff, I believe, and probably someone watching, finding out all the issues and telling the team, alright, this is what you need to do. Maybe the players themselves are making those adjustments as well, and that's going to be mightily helpful. Second floor control is quite important on this bomb site. They're going to have to make sure they don't lose members too quickly though.
That is
Attackers must locate and defuse a
quite true here, Impin. As right now, Lasei are, interestingly enough, not making that much of an emphasis on holding the bakery, which is usually where the initial contention point is, but not for Lasei. They just barricaded it off, reinforced the wall, and pretty much called it a day. For Hibana, though, this should be a easy job, but if the kite trick is done properly, this will be pretty much impossible for the Hibana player to breach.
Now Sinranov, this camera is not going to be too helpful for him. This one will be a bit more. Nice long angle down the hallway from east to west. Mizu once again with the pulse scanner giving great information, and he's likely to join Ganjo soon, or Lonely will I assume, to bolster that third floor room.
Yeah, with Lonely already out on the second floor and roaming up and around, he might just be able that needed thorn in the side of Valor, and just enough for Lasei to get that win. Skitter is already on the case, trying to get some sort of crossfire going, but it is Ganjo to open things up onto Maze. That is Hibana off the board, and that is the only hard breacher that Valor brought in for this round.
That's going to be definitely a hard one to take now. I think this is all over. Ganjo gets his second of the round. They're trying to push him, but Ganjo, is he going to get a third? He is certainly doing enough damage too, but from behind, from Freezer, he gets shut down by Panday. So not impossible for Valor Esports, but they're down a member as far as the difference is concerned, and they have lost their hard breacher.
They lost the hard breacher, and they lost the disposal of the electronics as well in the face of Thatcher. So now they will be running into all the goo mines, all of the, pretty much all of everything really, unless they will spot them directly and manage to shoot them. For now,
attackers have dropped the bomb.
the remainder of the Lasei roster is pretty much running freely up and around the ground and second floor, but Mizu on the hunt does manage to actually catch Panda off the board until he gets traded off quite swiftly by Skitter.
It's a good trade, but might just be a bit too late. We are 30 seconds away from the conclusion of this map. Is it going to be a draw? It's certainly not looking like it. Lonely is still up. He's got a good position. He's got a good gun, good operator, and 100 HP. Skitter suspects his presence, but that's not going to work out. The concussion goes out, sails right over the Jaeger's head, and Skitter's position is revealed as well. They don't even have diffuser. They need to push for kills. They can't retrieve it, and Skitter just going to run in. Where is JD? What's he doing? Lonely is going to collect Skitter, and no, not JD as well.
Operators, you are
But let's say they hold on after 2 rounds where it seemed that Valor were on course for at least a draw. They hold on, get 3 points. A tense game, but the Pro League incumbents still are better than the Challenger League challengers.
Yeah, it certainly was quite on the table, the fact that Valor could have came back and could have brought in the W for themselves, but unfortunately, like you said, the Pro League experience is definitely seeming to be working out way more. And I mean, massive congratulations to LeSay managing to net themselves those 3 points, but they're still not out of this yet. They still have one more map to go with, and I mean, if this keeps up, they might just be able to run away with yet another set of points.
Yeah, I think LeSay definitely, they will run close, but I think the ebb and flow of the game was such that it was certainly a bit scary, but not enough. I think I did have faith in LeSay all the way until the end. Initially, it was a bit shaky. You know, Valor did start off strong. They got 2, and then LeSay got 2, and then after that it was like a back and forth a bit. But overall, I think the showing from Valor is great. All 3 Challenger League teams that we've seen so far, really impressed by them. But as expected, the Pro League teams are still winning their matches. Some dicier than the others. But I think overall, the future's looking really good for Southeast Asia.
Oh, it certainly is, and I'm definitely keen to see how will all of these teams improve, because no matter what the challenges, all of them would come out of this with a whole lot of things to learn and a whole lot of VODs as well to go through and to find out what were their mistakes and learn of them.
Yeah, it's going to be important for both the teams to do so as we head on into the second map very soon, but particularly so for Valor Esports. These guys, you know, they came very close in their first ever Pro League match, and Bodatech couldn't really bring his experience to bear. Panday, I would say, standout performer over on Valor's side, but LeSay had some great players with Mizu and Lonely.
Lonely,
even
yeah.
Ganjo, you know, he was contributing really well.
Yeah, definitely. Ganjo definitely making a very good impact on the very last round with getting that initial double kill, and then managing to delay the push even further. That really seemed to have solidified a very good round for LeSay Esports. But yeah, apart from that, really, Cafe seemed to be pretty good map for either one of those teams, so I'm definitely keen to see how will both of them evolve their plays on this map.
Yeah, we're gonna see that very soon as we head into a short break. We'll be right back with map number 2.
Now you are the victims of I had enough. Cruising on the joyride, ride hard, I feel free. You're out of the picture, c'est la vie, c'est la vie. Boy, c'est la vie. Down, c'est la vie. Boy, c'est la vie. Now you see me when you can't steal my shine. Feel me when I'm not yours this time. Let go. I'm not the one to blame. I see that you are still the same. Now you call me a bitch, but you know I control love. Now you are the victims of I had enough. Cruising on the joyride, ride hard, I feel free. You're out of the picture, c'est la vie, c'est la vie. Boy, c'est la vie. you are the victim, stop, I had enough. Cruising on a joyride, light heart, I feel free. You're out of the picture, c'est la vie. C'est la vie. Boy, c'est la vie. Ciao, c'est la vie. Boy, c'est la vie. Ciao, boy. Something about you. Ooh, something about you. 'Cause it's something about you. 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 Try to sleep, but I keep on falling. No control of my dreams, I'm spinning, spinning. You've been playing me, and you know it. Set adrift in deep desire. Your eyes, they mystify. There's something about you, something about you, that makes me lose my mind. Something about you. There's something about you, something about you, like a diamond in the rough. Something about you. Ooh, something about you. 'Cause it's something about you. Something about you. 'Cause it's something about you. Something about you. 'Cause it's something about you. Something about you. Something about you. 'Cause it's something about you. Lose my mind. Made me lose my mind. Try to sleep, but I keep on falling. No control of my dreams, I'm spinning, spinning. You've been playing me, and you know it. Set adrift in deep desire. Your eyes, they mystify. There's something about you, something about you, that makes me lose my mind. There's something about you, something about you, like a diamond in the rough. Something about you.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is me, Infia New York, and with me, the one and only Cthulhu, as we continue to bring you Payday 2 of Southeast Asian Pro League.
Yes, and so far we've seen already Lisey versus Valor Esports already play out map number 1, which ended up resulting in a 7-5 scoreline. But all in all, both of the teams showed some good performance, and Valor were really close to actually netting themselves the draw at the very least. So you gotta give it to Valor, gotta give it to Lasay. Both of them played out pretty well, and we're gonna take a look at the map bans for Playday number 2. So for now, we'll be seeing first 2 bans being Border and Clubhouse to come out from the 2 teams. Next up will be Bank, and well, Villa will be banned out, considering that Valor don't really like playing on those open maps, from what I realized, what I understood. But Consulate is the last ban of Lasay, as well as Cafe, and the last one will be Coastline for us.
I like this map pick of Coastline. It's gonna factor in a lot for both of their playstyles. Both of these teams have shown pretty decent in terms of attacks, I would say. You know, of course, this was just now a very defender-sided map, I would say, even though it was close at the very end. I think Panday, he's going to be running absolutely amok once we get to Coastline, once we get underway. And that's going to be very interesting to see, because they're really going to be meeting fire with fire on, this time, a slightly more attacker-sided map.
Yeah, it's definitely Coastline will be favoring a fair few open kind of floor plan playstyles, meaning that both the attack and defense will be getting plenty of chances to pretty much get the points for themselves. But apart from that, really, Coastline is a very, very well structured map. All of the sites that we have on it are very much viable, and all of them have a few variants, few ways how you can defend it, and very effectively defend it, and was proven by pretty much the Global Pro League, as well as the APAC Pro League as well. So I'm definitely curious how will this play out. Coastline is our second map and the last map for today's Playday. Lasay Esports versus Valor Esports. Let's see how things will unveil here.
Yeah, it's certainly going to be close, as we had predicted. You know, at least one of these games are close today. The first one wasn't, the first series, but just now on Cafe really got pushed as close as it could get. One thing I would really like to see over in this map from both teams is better trading, in particular from Valor. I think the hallmark of a top team is when you have multiple members ready to trade your death out, so that you at least are not at a disadvantage. But as far as bans go, Valor Esports on defense gets the first one, and they choose to ban Capital.
Yeah, Capital ban on Coastline is one of those less of a frequent bans, especially on Coastline, but he does provide a very good utility that does ignore the Jaeger's ADSs. Secondary ban to be Jackal, that is a bit more of a meta ban, especially in Coastline, as the Spanish operator on his home map is definitely a force to be reckoned with.
Sorry, just lost my voice there. But yeah, Jackal is a ban again from Lasay, so I think it's more so they just don't like playing against him. Valor this time, they have gone for the Capital. Just now they have chosen the Thermite instead. That was an experiment. It seemed it didn't work out. Maestro being banned is a lot more common here. We might see a Mirror ban or an Echo ban, perhaps something different like a Morzy from Valor just now, but it's going to be an Echo, so the Mirror is still in play, and I hope we're going to see a bit of Mirror play here, because in the double bar bomb site in particular, that is where I think Mirror absolutely shines. Trying to hold blue bar, it makes so much easier when you have a Mirror on the board.
That is true. With Mirror definitely shapes up the defense of Coastline quite nicely, and does allow some very good flexibility, like you said. So the Maestro and the Echo ban will definitely be a bit painful for both of those teams, as both rosters did utilize Maestro to a very good degree while on Cafe, but that won't be the case here. And Mirror will be picked by JD, more kind of bringing us more for a bit more of a anchored defense rather than what we usually saw from Valor. And with the choice of switching it off the alibi.
Yeah, right you are, and the Mira as a 6th pick. I don't know how important that was to get a 6th pick since there is a Hibana on board already. Perhaps they are trying to prevent a Twitch from appearing, but Twitch in general is not really seen in today's meta anymore. So we're gonna have to see what comes of it. Border Tech, he's on the Kaid this time, didn't have too much of an impact on Cafe. Valor will be looking to him and his previous Pro League experience, however marginal, to lead them through this.
Yeah, with Kaid, he has a very good utility, especially after the recent buff. Now that his range allows pretty much a single Electroclaw cover the whole set of 3 walls rather than just 2. And with that said, you can make Kaid work even better now, as he has a fantastic loadout, he has a fantastic utility. The only probably thing that pretty much holds him back is the fact that he is only 1 speed, but I don't think that really is that much of a drawback.
So, Skitter over here, what can he do? He's gonna get into an early engagement, perhaps, just holding station, trying to be a bit more sneaky.
Yeah, well, being sneaky is exactly going to be potentially the run here for Skitter.
Maze is not sneaky enough. Maze just wiped out. He was the support here for the smoke, and the smoke actually escaped Sinrit Norv's clutches for just a bit. Is Lonely going to collect this one as well? Or are they going to expect him? Yes, they are. Lonely takes a lot of damage for his troubles, but that's a 2nd kill for him. The Jaeger and the smoke. Unlikely roam duo, but they have been cleared out.
Not at all, as right now Valor are in a bit of a deficit here, missing out on 2 of the players as well as some of the ground. They still have 1 minute and 20 to defend, and the time might just start working in their favor some short time soon, as at the moment all of them are pretty much scarce all throughout the map, waiting for the right moment to go in for the peaks and for the firefights.
Now Lonely on very low HP, he could get finished off very early, but Panday has taken a bit of damage and so has Border Tech. JD is going to get finished off by Mizu, and this is looking to be a very, very strong start from, let's say, they looked good on attack, and they're going to continue to look good now, Coastline being attacker favored, of course. This mirror window is a bit problematic, and I'm not sure why Panday tried to leave its safety. But he did. He's gonna get 1 kill, but Lonely cleans things up, and that is a 4K in the round for him. A beautiful start from Let's Say Esports, and beautiful start from Lonely.
Beautiful indeed, as a 4K to kick things off on the map number 2 right after a win is definitely going to be boosting the morale for the man, as well as just for the team in general. Seeing as they did have a very confident performance in the last few rounds of Cafe Dostoyevsky, things might be looking up for them. But for now, it is kitchen and service entrance for the 2nd round of map number 2 between Valor and Let's Say. Let's see how things will work out from there. No 6-pick just yet, but Mizu will be swapping around from Lion to an IQ to initially kind of just bait in and force Valor to think that there might be some very aggressive roam clear.
I'm not, yeah, exactly. That might be a reason, but I don't think that's strong enough a reason to have to use a 6th pick for it. I mean, fair enough, you can use it, it doesn't hurt you for sure, but the advantage that you could usually gain from a 6th pick isn't quite there, so a decent choice, I guess. All in all, I don't think Valor Esports are going to change their setup too much. I think maybe it's more in response to seeing Panday's Vigil. They might be trying to target him and use him.
It could be that, yeah.
Find him on the IQ electronic scanner while the ERC is active, of course. Panday, one of the best players, and seeing him on the Vigil, expecting him on the Vigil, it'll be very good for Lonely, likely, to meet him.
Yeah, that's actually a very good point as well. Yeah, this could the 6 could have been in response to that roamer to be picked, and I am curious how will he
There
be
we go.
utilized here. There it
IQ
is.
onto Vigil right away with 30 seconds gone and the Vigil's off the board. Probably the best striker for Valor is off the board as well. So that is going to put a crimp in Valor's plans. Lasey looking so confident. They absolutely have the swagger, and I believe Coastline is actually one of their better maps.
Well, let's not make yet any of those hasty decisions just yet, Ewok, just because it is only a second round here. We did see before on Cafe where, let's say, we're able to run away with some very convincing rounds and then proceed to end up losing 2 or so rounds. So I wouldn't call it just yet one of their better maps, but it was definitely a very good read and a very good execution of hunting down that Vigil. And now IQ would be allowed essentially to get rid of the remainder of those utilities as well. Oh boy.
JD might come up huge with a kill onto Lonely, could swing the tide right back even. Maybe even in his favor, given that it will be Lonely that he'll be getting, but Mizu collects a second, and one right. Oh no, why would you make the peek that way? Ganja from behind is going to collect JD, and Mizu has gotten onto site. Skidder falls, and it's going to be a flawless round. Mizu with, I think, a 4K in this round. So back-to-back 4Ks, I think. Beautiful stuff.
Beautiful stuff indeed, as overall, just, let's say, managing to completely dislodge each and every part of Valor's defense certainly seemed to have been a much more prepared map comparative to some of the Cafe executions. But this is where they might start making the break, potentially, Valor on Hookah Lounge and Billiards. Interestingly enough, swapping off from Mirror onto a Mute, which kind of begs me to question whether are they planning to have a bit more of a widespread defense on the side, or whether they will be just hunkering down and trying to hold each one of their own positions.
Again, we're having a Mirror pick. A Mirror pick away this time.
Yeah.
JD, he was on the Mirror. He's on the Mute this time. Guess they couldn't really fight off what Lasey was bringing. Not too sure whether Mute is the answer, but, you know, given the way that Lasey swept into the bomb site on that first round, well, who really knows what exactly the deficiency is for Valor.
Yeah, that's a very good point. That's a very good point, but we'll see whether that whole deficiency question will be in place here after this round, but for now, yeah, Valor definitely seem to be missing out on some of the firefights, having really bad timing, and just in general, not having their best day. But here's a question to you, though, Ewok. What particularly, or at least what, in general, what do the Valor players need to do to make sure that they would start gaining those rounds back?
So the initial engagements are going all in Lasey's way, and it's all snowballing, so they need to work on their roam game. One option is, if you can't figure out what's wrong with your roam game, is to just sit and turtle on site. That's not terrible, but it's not the best option either, and often can just be as bad as trying to play an extensive roam game. The roam game's failure, how to fix that precisely, that is a bit harder to answer. One good way is to start trading out a bit more, double up on the people you're sending out to roam. Make sure that they are in perfect sync with each other and they can communicate exactly as you need them to trade them out at the very least. You know, if not, you get an early pick, you know, 2-on-1, and unsuspecting attacker such as Mizu, who's right now alone and is once again gotten the opening kill.
Yeah, that is true. With all the action just about to unveil and everything, let's say are planning to start demolishing the defense once again.
Ganjo over there, he's taking out one more. Lonely, he's getting down, but it's not really going to matter, I think, in the grand scheme of things. JD gets a kill on the Mute, so not too bad for Valor. They're still in this. 1 minute, about 17 seconds, 16 seconds left in this. It's not a restriction on time, surely, for Lasey. They have Diffuser, they have positioning, and, well, Avixis gets JD as well, caught in a bad position. Skitter, he's taken out Mizu, still man count advantage in favor of Lasay. But what can Valor do with 2 members? Skitter's going to answer back, so that's a 2v2, and he's going to equalize things. And very lucky he didn't run out too far. The Nomad charge slaps him on his back, but he survives.
He does manage to walk away from it, albeit that he does even manage to find the shot, and there it is, Maze as well, with a fantastic peek onto Avixis. Will be claiming Valor their first round win on the map number 2. So 2-1 scoreline. Finally do manage to find the ground against Lasay, and maybe this is a potential attempt and a potential start for the comeback. We won't know for sure just yet, but it definitely was a very rocky start for Valor Esports.
Yeah, that was really, really nicely done on the recovery from Valor Esports. It was a 3v5, they lost 2 members early, and then through the vertical holds over into Sunrise Bar, JD got things started, and it still looked like dicey. Lasay is still in the driver's seat, but good runouts from JD, and I think he really has to be given a lot of credit for saving that round for Valor. Now they'll be hoping they can build upon that and continue that momentum into this round as well.
Yeah, for Valor right now, the momentum is very much important, as well as just to keep up the morale against Lasay Esports after a bit of a heartbreaking loss on Cafe, where they got really close to actually getting themselves at the very least a draw point against the opponent team. But as it stands, Valor have a pretty out there idea about how to defend the kitchen and service entrance, considering that they are utilizing the castle barricades to open up more space for themselves to move around the reception area. But usually the reception area gets taken pretty quickly and very swiftly, so it begs me to ask a question: how much utility and how much manpower are they dedicating to holding the reception as well?
I'm gonna have to wait and see how that works out. Reception, as you said, very important beachhead to be established for both teams, but Avixis is literally knocking on the door of the bomb site right away. And if things go the way they did the last time this bomb site was played, well, it's not going to be looking too great for Valor. They had to rely on a clutch just now to win their round after being down 2 members earlier on. This time no early picks coming out just yet. Maze roaming not too far away from the site in Sunrise, only making his way into Hall of Fame. He's quite lonely at this stage, and this is what I was talking about. If Valor can capitalize on this, stick 2 members into receiving this push, at the very least they will take out Lonely and only lose 1 member. Ideally, you know, that's the idea behind stacking up double, so you can trade things out. I'm not seeing that from Valor just yet.
Yeah, with Valor right now, they are seeming to be quite wary about where they can go in for the push and where they can play. And oh, Mizu just misses the window of opportunity to get rid of Board Attack, but thankfully for Board Attack, he does manage to run away with this. Quick firefight as well for Ganjo, as he is unable to land any shots, and Avixis is the one that's gonna start taking some damage from those gas grenades.
Yeah, looking pretty good for Valor. And Lonely has been cleared out as well. This is huge. Skitter takes him out. One of the linchpins of the Lasay attack. Off the board, the Ash as well. So soft destruction is gone as well until the Zofia or the IQ rotate if the IQ has brought breaching charges. Now JD on a tiny little pixel angle. Didn't quite work out, I believe, the last time. But JD's feeling it. He just clutched 1 very important round. Avixis looking to jump into this window is probably going to be a very bad idea. And Mizu is very much engaged with this Legion inside of reception. Avixis thinking about it. Time ticking down. What can he do?
Yeah, Avixis is currently very much trapped right at the side end. As it stands, Valor are in a bit of a much more prevalent position for themselves. Oh no, Ganjo! What is happening? How did that happen? 1v3 situation just like that because of a TK. With 12 seconds left to go, he needs to go in for the
Oh.
frags. There's a 1v1 situation. Can he get the final frag? He
Oh.
goes in, but no! Valor
Oh.
will be the ones to claim that round for themselves.
Oh, that was way too close than it should have been. Just what was Valor doing, peeking this one by one? Their timings on the trades were just a tiny bit off, and they nearly got punished by, let's say, have a team of very, very strong fraggers. And if you give them an inch, they will take a mile.
Pretty much. A good effort by Ganjo, nonetheless, albeit that it was a team kill to his name as well. But with round number 5, the second to last round of the first half,
Locate and defuse bombs.
could go either way really at this point, because so far we saw Lassie take first 2 rounds, then Valor takes 2 rounds, and this so far is the repetition of pretty much how Cafe went so far.
It's gonna be a strong fight all the way to the death here. And that's a nicely hidden Valkyrie camera. I'm not sure what kind of a view that gives. We just cut away at the wrong time, unfortunately. Skidder gonna be bringing a shield. He's continuing on the smoke. JD. Now he's on the
10
dock.
seconds remaining.
The mute was really successful for him, and I guess they're not really that interested. What I'm surprised to see is the lack of a mirror. As I said, if you use a mirror on this very bomb site, blue bar becomes basically a cakewalk to hold, and at that point you're really just needing to defend Sunrise. And the upstairs as well.
I think the reason why we're not seeing as much of a mirror from this very lineup is just due to the fact that the 2 times that they did try to bring in a mirror for a few of those sites, they were unfortunately unable to net any traction for themselves. So maybe it's just off that experience they're going off, or maybe they just already had another completely different strategy prepared for this very hold. So we could theorycraft about it for a fairly long time, but I don't think we will know for certain until we'll end up talking to the players probably.
Yeah, indeed. Hopefully you can get player interviews soon so we can ask them about these kind of things. But for now, Border Tech is going to put a pre-placed C4 over where rotation hole usually is on the second floor. Bomb site defense. Oh, that's a very tight spot for Maze to be in. But he's actually going to down Mizu somehow. And just going to piece on out of there. I don't think he wants to re-engage. He doesn't know if he has downed that IQ. And Mizu's likely going to get picked up. Lonely doesn't quite know where this lesion is. Avix is going to come in for some additional support. Let's say are going to survive with 1 member. Border Tech now still trying to make some things happen, but as we tick down to exactly 130 left in the round and 130 gone, Valor Esports not looking too bad, but neither are Lassie. Just as I say that, Skidder, headshot shotgun to the face. Ganjo is off the board. Mizu on low HP, a smoke that he will breathe in. We'll see him pass away.
Indeed it will, with the time ticking down and pretty much losing out on the opportunity more and more for Lassie. Things are starting to look a little bit grim, as the team that just before showcased us some very good siege on the first 2 rounds seeming to be falling through with a few of these opportunities and a few of these rounds where they're just flat out unable to net themselves any kills.
Now lots of vertical play coming out from Lonely right now. He's not quite landing the shots. Finally he does. Border Tech goes down. That's 1 C4 off the board, but only 30 seconds left to go. There's still roamers. Mizu is unsure. The information isn't there for Lassie right now, and Panday, he knows that someone's approaching. He hears Mizu making the tentative peek. Question is who's going to pre-fire first? Mizu sees the head. JD takes down Lonely though, so that's still a bit of a problem for them, but Avix has got into a good spot and he's gotten kill as well onto JD. Mizu takes down Maze and suddenly the tide has turned. Lassie are well in the driver's seat. No way Skidder is going to be able to deny this plant now.
Attackers activating diffuser.
Yeah, with Skidder unfortunately struggling to get any traction with denying the plant, he will be in a post-plant situation. Finds a nice shot onto Mizu. Will be making it a 1v2 situation, and with the time is now ticking down, still has a little bit a small window of opportunity, but I'm pretty sure Avixis is now blocked by the side picture. No, both of the state players are currently off the side, and right now a quick crossfire could have done the work, and it will, as it is Sinradnov that will be making the win here for Lassie.
Alright, you are. Now, let's say once again in the lead. This is turning out to really be almost a carbon copy of what we saw on Cafe. 2 rounds early on, then things are pulled back, and eventually they went into the half 3-3. But this time, LeSay are going to be the ones feeling the pinch a bit, because Coastline is kind of seen as somewhat attacker-sided. I don't really have the statistics for Southeast Asia to back that up, but generally that's what the vibe is as compared to maps like Villa, Cafe, or Clubhouse. Those are definitely defender-sided.
I would, to a certain degree, agree that Coastline is one of the maps that do rather give some more advantages to the attack, but I wouldn't say per se that it's an attacker-sided map. It does certainly allow plentiful amount of entry points for the offensive team, but I don't. It still leaves plentiful amount of opportunities for the defenders as well to play this out. It still has a fair few ways to play vertically. You still have a fair few rotation points, and as long as you keep a hold of those rotation points of the hatches, if you're playing vertically, or having a few of those holes in the walls completely secured, and you would know that people won't be flanking you through those, then you are in the leading seat.
Now, Border Tech on the Kaid. Once again, we are talking about when the game started. Looking for some contributions from him. Not sure how much useful he is on comms, because we'll never know that. So hopefully he is having good effect, because Vela are not too far behind, just as they weren't on Cafe. Might be lagging behind in fragging, but that doesn't really matter if he is pulling his weight elsewhere, especially in places that we can't see. It's generally how Siege works, unfortunately. You can't tell, really. Oh, that's a double entry.
Oh, double entry indeed. With IQ and Bucks should be a very nice and explosive combo here for the LeSay's final attack round.
Oh,
We'll be starting to slowly. Yeah, the vertical play should be very nice. And oh wait, is that through the drone hole as well?
Yeah, he's gonna try it, and he gets it inside, and I think that is trying to nail the electric claw from the wall. But
that actually just about did it.
Yeah, but the thing is, they don't have a hard breach, so.
Yeah, that is pretty true. And maybe they realized it as well, just as the buck grenade ended up flying in.
Mizu's on
it could be
low.
also.
Sorry. Yeah.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Now Mizu just on very low HP, but Lonely is the one getting the first frag over here. Traded out. Sinrid North goes down, so Border Tech pulling his weight certainly in this round. Gotten a nice kill into the Thatcher.
Yeah, taking out Thatcher right now is definitely gonna help quite substantially Vala's defense.
Oh!
Albeit that.
Wow!
What?
That's amazing!
Okay.
Border Tech, perfect aggression. Mizu's down on the floor as well, inside of Blue Bar. Lonely and Ganjo, they're nowhere near to make that revive happen. Lonely is transitioning over. Are they going to find a rampaging Border Tech?
Border Tech indeed is on a rampage right now, but a firefight between Lonely and Border Tech will definitely not yet conclude. Ganjo to pick up a kill on Skitter off screen, and there it is. Valor will be finalizing the round in their favor. A nice flurry of kills to round up the end of the first half. 3 apiece.
Just as it was.
Yeah. Just as it was on Cafe, yeah.
Exactly, and if nothing else speaks to how close these two teams are, surely you gotta look at this. 12 rounds on the first map. Obviously, we got a winner. We didn't see a draw. So, I guess you could argue it could be closer. But look, we are right now tied. And each team is not allowing the other to get too far ahead. There were 2-round leads coming out, but no more. So, what do you think?
I'm gonna call it right here,
exactly?
right now.
Yes, I was just about to ask you, actually.
Yeah. First 2 rounds are gonna go to LeSay, and we're gonna see Valor 2 rounds, and then LeSay will end up bringing it back.
All right, so just like Cafe, a 7-5 victory prediction from Cthulhu right here. I think actually Valor might just come up top trumps in this because, well, if you look at the way that things are working, just now it was Cafe defense that Valor struggled with. Now it was Coastline attack that, let's say, has kind of struggled with. I wouldn't say, well, struggle is not the best word. I would say they haven't capitalized on the opportunities being offered. You know, we've been talking about this throughout. You said that it's not really exactly an attacker-sided map here on Coastline, and that's very true. Just the fact that you don't really need a hard breacher, you can get away without running one, does make it a lot easier for these attackers, because it's just soft walls that they need to push through and some fairly wide open and long angles that the attackers can use to great advantage. Panday now, all eyes should be on him. He was the star of the show for Valor on Cafe. What can he do starting off on IQ now?
Well, on IQ, he has a fantastic loadout, 3 speed, as well as that ability to see all the electronic utility that the attack has. So right now, Valor needs to be a bit cautious about that potential C4 from below, as Lisey can very much do that, and this could potentially even cost a few of the fragging operators. There's the C4, like I called it, Mizu onto JD, and that is a Nomad off the board, not exactly what you will want right now. Another C4 to come out, but to no avail just yet.
Yeah, that didn't quite connect. Skitter is downed as well and finished off by Avixis. So I think your prediction is likely to come true, Cthulhu. This is looking to be a very, very strong round for Lisey, unless we see another 3v5 recovery.
I mean, we saw plentiful of 3v5 recoveries today by
yeah, well, just now on Coastline
by Coastline, yeah, and by Xavier as well prior to this matchup as well. Fantastic though trade, as Ganjo will be the one to grab the kill onto one of the Valor players.
Yeah, this is looking all over. Maze gets taken out by Lonely after some whiff shots on both sides. And the traits, exactly, I want to focus on that. That's exactly what you want. Ganjo coming up at the right time. He had a general inkling of where Border Tech was, and then once the shots ring out, once the player from Lisey fell, Ganjo was there to capitalize, just like Lonely was here again to capitalize on Panday's lack of teammates.
That's a very good point, and just like that, Lisey back into the lead once again, albeit by a single point. Potentially might be looking at grabbing themselves yet another point before Valor will need to really start considering pulling up the try-hard pants and getting into it.
Now, Valor, I think they're going to come back soon, but the way that this round went, Valor had an idea. They tried executing the idea. They realized that, let's say, had a far better idea, far better information game, far better setup on the roam as well. The double roam, you know, we saw some double entries, good traits coming out. That's what I think is the difference between a Pro League team and a newly promoted Pro League team. Lisey has that experience from last season. They've been here a while. Their players have been watching for a long time as well. And the fact that they have played against top-tier teams such as Xavier Esports, to confirm, Script Esports, and of course Giants Gaming here in Southeast Asia, that means that they can pull something from other people's strat books and bring it for the next opponents.
Let's see what next strat will be utilized here by Lisey, as it is going to be a hookah lounge and billiards room defense for them. A bit of a roam game for Ganjo, hunting those drones and making sure that the drone economy will be staying poor for Valor. As on the side of Valor, they currently just about making their way over to the building, as well as Panday just making sure that the close vicinity of the reception area is pretty clear.
Now, 2 minutes 30 left in this round. Ganjo, he is on somewhat of a solo roam here, as is Lonely. He likes to be lonely, and we talked about this last season as well and made many puns. But 2 members here, oh, they're gonna see him and they should be capitalizing on his. No! Lonely gets away. The rappel not quite quick enough. 2 players and Lonely still gets away. Can you imagine if they gotten that pick? It would have been so big. and now he's back on the site. Come on.
A bit of an unfortunate mistiming here, missing out on one of the key fraggers of, let's say, esports. But at the same time, a good timing and a good moment to run away by Lonely as well, to make sure to default back onto the site. Now, being rendezvoused with his teammate, he should be able to reinforce the defense and the run game of his teammates. I like those bullet hole peaks as well. Gotta give it to, let's say, players trying to get some traction going. Ganjo to kick things off onto Skitter, but straight away it is a Mizu to be traded out by Panday, albeit that IQ is now left on a slither of health, but nonetheless it is a man advantage one way or another. Well, sorry, man advantage.
Man count, yeah.
Man count.
You just balance.
Staying
right?
equal.
Yeah.
It's balanced out, yeah.
Words are hard.
Yeah, English is hard.
Let's just switch to Russian and Hindi and then...
Yeah, I'd rather not.
Well, anyways, Lonely over here, he's still up after getting away with fire. JD has taken a lot of damage on the Nomad, likely through the drone hole. Panday, what can he do? He's not been able to pull out that same kind of aggression so far in the 2 rounds of attack over here on Coastline. Let's say, on the other hand, they are bringing the aggression that is needed. And Crossfire set up beautifully from the 2 SAS defenders.
Yeah, fantastic crossfire ready to go right now for the Hookah Lounge hallway. Should very much ensure that the push will be pretty much thwarted. But meanwhile, in Aquarium right now, the big push is coming out. Lonely gets the first kill, gets another one. That's a down. How is that even allowed? And Gadjo also assisting onto the kill onto Panda, and now it is all up to JD to try to bring this back. But it won't be the case here, as Lonely will be picking up yet another kill for himself.
That is what, 3 or 4 in the round for him? Absolutely bonkers stuff. I mean, I have to say, I thought Lonely was gonna be traded out at the very least, and I still did think, let's say, would win the round, but goodness, the way that Lonely just sat there and Valor just fell apart, concussed, and he still gets 3. What?
Yeah, still gets 3.
Just come on. Come on. Valor, you need to be stepping it up. You're now in the big leagues.
Well, watch this. Okay, you know how I called when you asked me for a prediction at the what's gonna happen in the second half.
Yeah.
Watch right now. Let's say end up getting the traction, getting those 2-point advantage, and then straight away Valor is just about to come back and end up getting it back to 5-5.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what's happening over here. The best thing I can, speculate is these 2 teams are really close together, and they are taking their time to figure each other out, but they are figuring each other out every now and then. Of course, the site swaps do help as well, very nicely, tying up with the 2. So like they win on the 2 most preferred bomb sites, and then on the tertiary, slightly weaker bomb site, they kind of lose that ground. And I would say that they might do it, but look, Avixis has finally brought the mirror that I was really talking about. In the corner of Sunrise Bar, looking down the hallway towards kitchen, and then looking into Blue Bar. Makes holding Blue Bar very easy, and the kitchen push is also somewhat thwarted. So all they have to do is just focus on the west side.
Well, let's see how will their emphasis on west side will work out here, as Lonely will be staying on his lonesome and going on a pretty much solo roaming game for now around the theater area. Meanwhile, for Valor, they might be rallying up for a push on the north side, potentially either to kick things off in through the kitchen and then onto the main stairs, or we might be seeing a top-down clear, which probably will be much more favorable considering that there is a plentiful presence on the top floor by, let's say, esports.
Skitter on the Ash. He has been very, very effective in the Challenger League with that operator. But the Nomad just gets cut down. Mizu from above. This is where Aces tore through Airwolf at the Season 10 finals. Skitter does trade back onto Ganjo. Just waiting very patiently. And just walking into his crosshairs. Avixis loses his life. So that's the mirror off the board. And that mirror window hold might become a little less tenable. Lonely's going to take up that position.
He will indeed. We'll be trying to get into a firefight off screen in the Sunrise, whereas Mizu on the flank might be able to get the kill. There it is. There's the kill on support attack. There is a bit of a wonky reload animation, and we'll be going down to the hands of Skitter as well. So a fantastic trade will be leaving Valor in the man advantage here.
Yeah, Valor still maintaining the man advantage. I think, Cthulhu, you must be a prophet, right? Because I feel it. I feel it now. I feel it just as you did. We might be seeing Valor take this round, but there's still about a minute left to go, and a lot that could happen.
Indeed, with a minute to go, a whole lot of things may happen, and we did see plentiful amount of the clutches as well from the big man deficit. So let's see how things will go from here. And it's not as bad of a situation right now. The Smoke still has a fair few of his gas grenades, as well as that Lonely is still up and is able to frag out quite substantially. So right now, it is rather a question is, can the Smoke hold his position? Nicely down by Lonely to take out Skitter finally. We'll be able to keep an eye out into the blue bar.
They forgot about the angle. You know, they're running low on time, and they just forgot about that angle, trying to push in. Now they're really caught in a very, very poor position. Only 2 members, utility to fight, and they're gonna lose this fight as well. No one on the mirror window. Doesn't matter. I think Cthulhu, your prediction is gonna be wrong, just as mine was. Swinging in Maze, he's gonna take on the ADS rather than anyone on the team. And Sinranov, he's gonna get a 2-piece to close out the round. First with the SMG-11, then with the shotgun, and Lasay on match point.
Good job by Lasay managing to finally claw their way into the match point. So now they definitely guaranteed a 1 point at the very least. Whereas for Valor, they are 3 points away from yet to get that a single point for themselves. Otherwise, they might be staring down into the issue of not gaining themselves any points whatsoever and losing the first 2 maps of the Pro League for their season.
Indeed. I think it's going to be tough for Valor. They haven't looked like the finished article just yet. And this is probably going to be a loss for them as well. But at least it's going to give them a fair bit to think about, a fair bit to look at, and a fair bit to improve. Because if you lose, that's the only thing you can do until you start winning. So, no, only way is up.
Only way is up indeed. Can't go anywhere. Well, it can't yet get any worse, but definitely for Valor, they've already shown that they can contest a few of these maps and a few of these sites. They just need to get that coordination under control and make sure that the time management is in check as well. As we saw plenty of times, they either been running out of the time or just unable to capitalize in time on some of the roam clear. Same goes actually for Lasay. They had a few times when they just flat out ran out of time and were unable to properly utilize it. So as it stands for both of those teams, one way or another, both of them will be walking away with a very nice lesson.
Now we are heading into potentially the last round of this series, last round for tonight. And I think it will be a lot quicker than we expected, given how Cathay played out. Valor definitely, as you said, have it in them to bring things back. Question is, do they have the polish needed? They certainly have the polish to get the first kill. Skitter taking out Ganjo with the G36. The Pest is going to deny the entry of the drones. So someone needs to face check it, take out the Pest before the drone can go in any further. One drone already captured by the Mozzie of Mizu, who's using the vertical hole to look down below. Maybe he's gonna do some similar Assassin's Creed jump down like Border Tech did with the Kaid earlier on. You know, just looking into the hole. If someone strays in his crosshairs, that's well and good. If someone doesn't, he still has information and can jump down.
And this is a very good point. The shotgun walkout will be happening and not in favor of Vixes at all. Skitter picking up a second kill for himself, but Lonely on a double kill will be able to get himself a kill. Mizu as well. And it is just all of a sudden, it is a 3v2 situation just like that. In the matter of just 5 seconds.
Oh, that is absolutely incredible stuff.
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
And I think this is it.
Don't call it just yet. Both players of Valor are on full health, and there it is, the down as well by Panda will be coming out. So a 2v2 situation, minute 10 to go. They still have the time to recollect themselves and get their positioning done. Both of the players of, let's say, esports are separated.
Oh,
So,
no.
well, there goes the Panda, and all up to Board Attack, the one PL player that has already the experience, and he's the one that needs to clutch this out to keep his team afloat.
Doesn't seem to have information right now, and I think even drone got captured somewhere by Mizu. Simranov gonna send out the smokes. 30 seconds left. There's still an ADS, so the flashbangs are gonna be completely ineffectual, and Mizu's gonna close things out. Him and Lonely have turned this round around, and it's gonna be Lasei Esports taking this 7-3. A really dominant performance from them here on defense. You know, I was talking about how it's looking to be an attacker-sided thing, and the 3-3 was maybe a problem for them, but clearly not.
Clearly not, indeed. As just as well, my doubts in let's say ended up losing their momentum, ended up being proven to me wrong. And I mean, fantastic performance on the second map for, let's say, esports. 7-3 scoreline, definitely a much more confident performance comparative to what we saw on Cafe. And they will be walking away yet again with 6 points to their name.
Yeah, indeed, we have seen both the matches today play out, 6 points apiece. Now, the first match was supposed to be, that series was supposed to be really tight, but yeah, it wasn't quite. This one was a lot tighter over here. I was very, very impressed with Lasei on the whole, especially over here on Coastline. I like the fact that they didn't really lose their mettle at any stage. Yeah, they were not exactly able to pull away in the early game from Valor, but that's because Valor was doing something nice as well, and it's not always... You can't always get everything perfect for yourself.
Yeah, you gotta give it to Valor. They had some fantastic rounds, especially on Cafe. Nearly brought it back all the way. And overall, even when they were losing some of these rounds, they were having some very good execution, some good ideas, but unfortunately just not good enough to execute.
Yeah, I think it's just I think as far as the other two Challenger League teams go, 200 Degrees and Team 1122, I think the most polish needed is for Valor Esports. I would say the rest of them actually, they need polish, and Valor probably needs a bit more than just polish, because some of the strategies I saw weren't quite what I would say are the best. Yeah, they were not too far out there. You know, I think 200 Degrees is something way more out there, yet they still got pretty close. So I'm not gonna knock on the strategies too much just yet, but what I want to knock on is the fact that the whole team synergy and a bit of polish here, some experience, some micro choices from the Valor players, I think they can be improved. And I was talking to Dizzle, just a few days earlier, and he said, in general, Pro League players now know the macro game. They know the strategy, they know which player to be in which situation and which position. What they don't know, or what they need to be coached on, is the micro decisions, such as, at this stage, do I peek the corner? Do I sprint in a clutch situation? Do I keep my gun up? How do I peek the scenario? That kind of thing that just needs to be drilled into the players. And I think that's what Valor kind of needs, and a bit more. So here's a recap.
Indeed, they will.
Cthulhu, take us through.
Yeah, let's go quickly through a recap. 7-2, 7-1 was the scoreline for Xavier versus Script. Very dominant performance by the newest Xavier Esports lineup. Whereas when it came down to Lasei versus Valor, it was a very close matchup on Cafe Dostoevsky, which ended up being 7-5. And then on Coastline, unfortunately for Valor, they ended up falling through to 7-3 in favor of Lasei Esports. So both Xavier and Lasei are netting themselves a nice set of 6 points and will be advancing higher in the ladder.
Yeah, indeed, we have 6 points apiece for all the teams that have played so far. Q Confirm got 6 yesterday, followed by Airwolf. Newsflash, they're not Airwolf anymore. They are Giants Gaming. Lovely to have them in this region. Then today, you saw Xavier Esports. They got 6 points as well. Dominant performance from them, of course. And let's see what we have on offer tomorrow. well, not tomorrow. Next
week.
Wednesday, yeah. Very glad it's not tomorrow. It's going to be Xavier Esports versus Lisey, and this is going to be exciting. Lisey will need to put in a lot of work to, face the Xavier Esports that seems to be rampaging through everyone. Q Confirm, though, they might just lose some points to Team 1122.
Yeah, I'm curious how will the 1122 versus Q Confirm matchup go, as 1122 showed some good ability to play on against Airwolf, but that we'll be seeing in the next week, though.
Yeah, indeed. It has been a great night of Rainbow Six Pro League. From us here, I'm Infiel Newalk. With me has been the one and only Cthulhu. It's been great having you here, and we'll see you next week.
He walks alone, he wanders into the night, searching for some meaning to explain what he's feeling. She walks alone, she shelters far from the light. She's seeking validation. She's so tired of waiting here. I got the feeling you've been expecting me. No chance encounter. Right here's where you're meant to be. Our paths are crossing just in the nick of time. If you need to meet me, I'll be right by your side. Are we strangers in the night with open arms? I'm calling. I'll be there when you're rolling down. You're out of danger when I'm in sight. Just seeking you, shall find me. Yes, I'll be bringing you to life. Won't be no stranger in the night. Whoa, 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 won't be no stranger in the night. When seas get rough, you just give in to the ride. You see, we thirst for danger, but we find no savior. They tug and pull, they push you right to the edge. When all you need is shelter, you just don't seem to get there. I got the feeling you've been expecting me. No chance encounter. Right here's where you're meant to be. Our paths are crossing just in